Good morning, everyone. Andrew Douglas here in the Action News 5 digital desk for a Wednesday. It is June 18th, and it is already heating up across much of the Mid-South. Take a look at this high-five camera that you can see outside of our studios at 1960 Union Avenue. Certainly a lot of cloud cover, a lot of haze out there as well, and it's going to heat up throughout much of the day and this weekend. Let's bring in meteorologist Patrick Ellis to talk more about what we can expect later this week and this weekend. You know, Friday, as you've been mentioning, Patrick, it's the first day of summer, and man, is it going to feel like it. Good morning.
Hey, good morning, Andrew. Yes, the heat's going to be cranking up in a big way as we head towards the upcoming weekend. Officially, summer begins 9:41 p.m. on Friday, so that means Saturday, first full day of summer, and yeah, you are going to notice it. If you got a friend with a pool, I want you, or you know somebody with a pool, you better become good friends with them here shortly, because the heat's going to be cranking up here shortly as well. Of course, it's already been quite toasty. It's already been quite muggy. I think we're just going to hit that extra turbo boost as we head through this upcoming weekend and the start of next week, and we'll talk about the reason why here in just a moment. Let's take a look at First Alert Doppler radar. It's all dry here locally here across the Mid-South, but not terribly far off, about two sets of counties west of the Action News 5 coverage area. Storms in a weakening phase moving in our direction. Yes, that could mean that we could see a few showers and storms moving into Poinsett County, Cross County, St. Francis County, Lee and Phillips County, Arkansas within the next 2 hours or so. It wouldn't be surprising. And I will keep a mention of a couple of showers later on this morning into the early afternoon hours here across the Mid-South, put it about 20% or so. But our main opportunity for rain and storms likely coming in here as we head towards, say, this evening, and that will come by way of a storm system moving in our direction. Other than that, a mixture of clouds and sunshine, temperatures topping out near 90 degrees. When you factor in the humidity levels, though, the heat's going to be cranking up in a big way, feeling closer to 100 this afternoon. I want to give you a first alert to that next round of storms that will be moving into the area. We've got an upper trough that's diving out of the plain states, and ahead of that, you got a little area of low pressure that's going to help to facilitate a round of storms here locally. Now, last night, early this morning, big storms across Oklahoma, Kansas, portions of Missouri and northwestern Arkansas. This morning, a lot quieter, or at least in a quieting phase, as those storms have tended to fade away. But there is another round of storms that will be trying to flare up here later on today into this evening, some of which could be strong to severe, and that could have impacts even here in the Mid-South. The SPC, the Storm Prediction Center, putting us underneath a slight risk for the vast majority of the Action News 5 coverage area. Wind being the primary issue to watch out for, but I cannot completely rule out a risk of a spin-up tornado. That's not completely off of the table. I know when we talk about overnight threats, because look at the time frame here. It's 7 p.m. Wednesday through 4 a.m. on Thursday. I know when we talk about overnight threats, a lot of people get a little jazzed up. Most of you will just see loud thunderstorms. Yeah, that's enough to be a little unsettling, but that's just about the long and short of it. Many of you will just deal with the loud thunderstorms. Some of you could deal with the severe weather aspect. So again, it's not everybody that sees severe weather, but a lot of you will see storms here late tonight, early tomorrow morning, and then the risk for a couple of stronger storms not completely off of the table. Hail also a possibility, and some localized flooding in low-lying poor drainage areas. So let's go hour by hour now with our First Alert Futurecast. And again, what we're going to notice here as we go through late this morning, early afternoon, again, that line of showers and storms moving past Little Rock now may have a little bit of staying power, gets into our westernmost communities as we get closer to about 10, 11 o'clock this morning. A couple of isolated showers and thunderstorms possible with that, and a few more spotty downpours to redevelop as we head through the early evening hours. Mixing in with clouds and sunshine, very similar to what you've seen in the last couple of days. And then all of a sudden, boom, we get a refire of storms right along the I-40 corridor. This is going to be as that front starts to sag southward, and we may see a flare-up of storms that gets pretty active as we head through the evening and overnight period. Now, depending on exactly where these storms decide that they want to start their initiation point, that's going to determine ultimately who sees the higher potential for stronger elements here late tonight, early tomorrow morning. So Chief Meteorologist Ron Childers, he'll be tracking these storms. I'll be tracking them into the morning hours tomorrow, and then even lingering opportunities for the start of your Thursday, especially for areas along into the south of the I-40 corridor. But by midday, I think we're in better shape. A couple of spotty downpours, a mixture of clouds and sunshine, and temperatures in the upper 80s during the course of the day. Some lingering showers and storms, not completely off of the table. We still got a lot of moisture in the atmosphere, don't get me wrong, and just enough energy to get a couple of those to keep going after midnight of Thursday into Friday. Saturday, we'll start Friday, though. Starting off with some banks of fog, mixture of clouds and sunshine, a pop-up downpour or two as temperatures make a run up to the low 90s. It's all thanks to eventually a big ridge of high pressure. This is the first time that we've really seen a ridge developing across the southeastern United States. This is a little shortwave trough right here. That's what's going to help to kick off the storm activity. But see this ridge developing, moving out of northern Mexico, moving through Texas and moving right over the Mid-South and across the eastern United States. That heat dome is going to be bringing us the heat and humidity combination. Of course, high pressure is sinking air. That sinking air compresses and warms up. And when you typically have very dry air, this is be a situation that we'd be running up middle and upper 90s if we were in drier air situations or drier ground situations. If we were in a drought right now, we'd be talking probably temperatures like 96, 97, 98 degrees. But because we've had enough rainfall as of late, we're just translating that into the heat and humidity combination. That means that while our air temperatures may be in the mid 90s here, feels like temperatures will likely crest closer to 105, 110. That would probably get us into that heat advisory territory. So some of our first heat advisories of the season could be on the way as we head towards the first weekend of summer and into the first week of summer. So let's take a look at it with our extended forecast next 10 days. And notice once we get into it, we don't really back down from it. So it's going to be here to stay. Warm and breezy here today. I think the winds will get out of the south and west around 30 to 40 miles per hour this afternoon. So a little bit on the gusty side as we go through the afternoon hours. But keep in mind, there's also going to be some scattered showers and storms. 60% rain chance overnight tonight. We're going to highlight late tonight, early tomorrow morning. Reason why, obviously, the potential for a few stronger storms does not mean that everybody will see severe weather here tonight. But in a couple of instances, warnings may be thrown out there from the National Weather Service. Want you to be prepared for that potential. And of course, we'll be here to track those storms as they move through the area. Tomorrow morning could be active, especially south of I-40. I think it's more hit and miss variety by the afternoon hours as high temperatures top out in the upper 80s. We'll go low 90s on Friday, mid 90s through the weekend. Of course, when you factor in the humidity levels, again, feels like temperatures 105, 110. It is going to be disgustingly hot. That's why I said you need to have yourself a friend that's got a pool, who's ready to open that pool to their friends. I'm looking at my friends right now. I'm about to text them right after I get done with this and say, hey, by the way, what you doing Saturday? What you doing Sunday, okay? I'll bring over the hot dogs and we'll grill out. 94 as we head towards Monday and Tuesday, a 20% chance for a couple of hit and miss showers and thunderstorms. We get towards next week. And again, more hit and miss variety showers and storms, 20-30% opportunities, your typical summery variety type of storms as we head into that first week of summer.
Boy, it's going to feel like it. It looks like it in that 10-day forecast, Patrick. What are you watching for? We're talking like triple-digit heat almost the entire 10 days, or what?
When it comes down to feels like temperatures, yeah, more than likely. I mean, really tomorrow's about the last reprieve we get, and the only reason why is because we're going to be 88 versus 90. But once we get into, I mean, when we say this time of the year, you got to look at the overnight lows, and that gives you a good indication of how muggy the air mass is going to be. Mid 70s is a good indicator, and the only reason why we probably will not have storms flaring up in many spots through the weekend is because of that big dome of high pressure sitting on top of us. If we didn't have that, we'd probably have some storms. And I think that's what happens as we head towards next week. Once that dome starts to move a little farther off to the east, it starts opening us up to that flow off the Gulf once again. And a couple of little small disturbances will help to kick up a daily chance for some scattered downpours. Kind of similar to what you've seen the last few days, randomly placed, randomly timed type of situation. But because that heat's going to be really heating this weekend, underneath that dome, I think it's going to be more dry than not. And of course, the heat and the humidity combination really pushing our feels like temperatures up in a big way.
All right, meteorologist Patrick Ellis starting us off on a Wednesday, a steamy, hot, and humid forecast. Patrick, thank you, I think.
No problem.
All right. Live look from our High Five camera here. Downtown Memphis already 75 degrees, 9 minutes after 7 o'clock. Of course, we'll be talking all about the forecast later this morning on Action News 5's Digital Desk. I want to tell you a little bit about what we have planned here at 8 o'clock. We're going to be talking about crypto scams. You know, so many people are talking about cryptocurrency these days. We're talking about different ways to invest and what your portfolio should look like. Well, there is a lot, as a result, there's a lot of crypto scams out there, and we're going to be talking with a nonprofit, National Cryptocurrency Association, to talk about ways just to be safe and secure with your money and your investment when it comes to cryptocurrency. There's also a new study out by the American Cancer Society that shows that more and more women under the age of 50 are getting breast cancer. We're going to be talking with an oncologist with Regional One Health to talk about why that is, what we can do about this troubling trend, and ways to protect our loved ones, our family members, that sort of thing. And we're also going to be talking about some new trends for the season, ways to jumpstart your summer, ways to keep the kids happy as well, new tech devices, new tech ads, that sort of thing. But right now, I want to get to one of our top stories this morning, and one of those top stories had to deal with some fiery comments by ESPN personality Stephen A. Smith, and he mentioned that the city's crime rate in Memphis is one of the main reasons why some NBA players don't want to come to Memphis. And this is, you know, in light of crime being everywhere. There's certainly a lot of crime in Chicago, LA, New York. I mean, you name it. But he singled out Memphis and Memphis's crime rate as some of the reasons why NBA players don't want to come here. Well, Action News 5's Stephanie Douglas has more about this report and the reaction to it.
A lot of Memphians sounded off about the comments Stephen A. Smith made on First Take about the crime in Memphis, including Memphis Mayor Paul Young and NBA Grizzlies superstar Ja Morant. Now, on Tuesday on the ESPN show, Smith claims players have talked to him over the concerns about public safety in Memphis. Smith said, quote, "The people in Memphis is a great sports town, great fans, great people, but there's an element there where cats like Jimmy Butler and others don't feel it's the safest environment," end quote. Smith also discussed on the show reasons why many NBA talents may not want to move to Memphis. Memphis Mayor Paul Young took to his social media, weighing in, saying in part, quote, "What Stephen A. Smith is missing is that crime is down significantly in 2024 and 2025. We're not just talking change, we're delivering it. Memphis is rising, and we've got the numbers and the heart to prove it," end quote. Grizz star Ja Morant also took to his social media defending Memphis, saying, quote, "I'm a B in the 901," end quote. Now, Memphis Mayor Paul Young did extend an invitation to Jimmy Butler to come out to the city and tour Memphis himself, but no word as of yet if he's taken the mayor up on his offer. Reporting, I'm Stephanie Douglas, Action News 5.
Good morning. Welcome back to the Action News 5 Digital Desk. Well, our next guest is someone that's had great success in the music industry. She is an American folk singer, songwriter. She is someone who is very accomplished. In fact, her songs have been covered by various people you are very familiar with. Tim McGraw, Blake Shelton, Jimmy Buffett, just to name a few there. She's also a Grammy-nominated musician here for her 2018 album Rifles and Rosary Beads, co-written by U.S. veterans and their families. I'm happy to be joined on the Action News 5 Digital Desk by Mary Gauthier. joining us. And I understand, Mary, you're going to be coming to Memphis later this month. Good morning.
Yes, hi, good morning. Yes, indeed. I'm looking at the June 28th date as an opportunity to be back in Memphis, and thanks for having me on today.
Yeah, no, it's good to meet you and get to know you a little bit about you and your accomplishments. You know, being a folk singer and a songwriter, you have to have inspiration, I would think, and at least to be a successful one. You certainly are that. Where does that inspiration come from, Mary?
Oh gosh, I wish I could answer that. I think artists pull from life, and what we do in folk music is try to create stories that make people have an emotional response because they relate to it. Um, in another day and time, I would have been considered a country songwriter in the 70s, but today I'm more aligned with the folk category of music genre. But I'm a story-based songwriter, and the famous, successful artists that record my songs resonate with the stories that I tell in my songs.
That's fantastic. Tell me about the biggest joys about going to various venues across the country and performing. What are some of the joys, and what are some of the things that you still hope to accomplish? Because you've already accomplished a lot.
Yeah, I play all over the world. We are citizens of the world at this point. We travel 150, 160 shows a year. We travel constantly. I got home at 2 a.m. last night. I meet people everywhere, and that's super interesting to have connections with people in cities all over the world, and to see them when I get to town and share a meal or sit in the green room or meet new folks at the merchandise table at the end of the show. That's a joyful thing to get connected with people in different cities all over the place. And as far as what my goals are at this point, I just want to keep writing songs that people care about, songs that people say matter to them.
You know, for songs covered by well-known acts out there, I mean, Tim McGraw, Blake Shelton, Jimmy Buffett, just to name a few. There was a number of other people on that list, but certainly our audience will know them. Why do you think your songs resonate with such a large audience, especially those that are, artists out there that are so accomplished?
Well, I think it's because they emotionally connect with an audience. I think people can get inside the song and see themselves, and they relate to it. And the artists at that level that are playing huge arenas, selling millions and millions of records, hundreds of millions of streams on the platforms, they want to connect with their audience, and they're always looking for songs that go into people's hearts and stay there. And I think that's my strength, is that's the kind of writer that I am. I'm not a hit songwriter. I'm a songwriter that writes songs that tells the human story, the story of what it is to be alive today, and what it feels like, and the struggles and the victories and the experience of love and losing love. And I'm strong in the story department, and I keep saying that because that's really what I do. I'm a storyteller through song.
You know, there's so much music and music history here in Memphis. Have you been here before? What's it like playing here?
Many, many times. I've played Memphis probably 8 or 9 times at this point. I've hit all the music sites multiple times. Memphis is a city rich in music history and rich in history, and it's just a incredible place to do what I do and to bring it to the people at the ground level. That's where I work.
So you have a concert coming up later this month, June 28th, at the Memphis Alano Club. Tell me who inspires you when it comes to music and when it comes to being a singer-songwriter, and what can concert goers or fans expect when you perform later this month?
I get my inspiration from so many different sources, books and films and other songwriters, having conversations with people. What I am is a troubadour, and a troubadour is a simple thing. We go town to town to town and tell stories and connect with people. It's not a big, huge arena type show. It's kind of the opposite. It's sitting around in a room where people are quiet and listening to the song stories. It's a bottle of water, a spotlight, and a bar stool, a guitar, and a person who has stories to tell. That's what I do, and that's what I will do in Memphis at the Alano Club.
It sounds like a very intimate setting, certainly with
Yes.
your concerts. Anything else you'd like to share with our audience? We have thousands of people who watch us each and every morning here on the Digital Desk, Mary.
Yes. Well, storytelling is still alive. It's a beautiful and connective art form. And I hope some of the listeners would come join us and experience that in person. Most people go to the big, huge shows where there's thousands and thousands of people. And what I'm doing is different than that. It's almost like I'm connecting personally with everyone that's in the room. It'll be a smaller experience in terms of size, but a bigger experience, I think, in terms of emotional impact. And so if you're into that, come on down to the Alano Club on June 28th.
Okay, Mary Gauthier joining us on the Digital Desk. Thank you, and congratulations on a successful career and what you're doing. And we appreciate you coming to Memphis, and we're looking forward to your concert June 28th at the Memphis Alano Club. Thanks for coming on.
Thanks for having me on. Have a beautiful
Well, hello there. It's me, Dolly. Hey, thanks for tuning in. Coming up in just a minute, you're going to hear from one of my people who's going to tell you all about all the fun things happening here at Dollywood to celebrate our 40th anniversary season this year. You don't want to miss it. Now stay right here, and we'll be right back.
And we are back here in the Action News 5 Digital Desk talking about the 40th anniversary of Dollywood. Yeah, it's been around 40 years. It's going to be a spectacular summer for anyone that goes to Dollywood as they celebrate 40 years. This was something that started as a roadside attraction just on the side of the road, it seemed like, in Pigeon Forge, Tennessee, East Tennessee, and is now turned into the #1 theme park in America. This is according to TripAdvisor reviews. And joining me now on the Action News 5 Digital Desk, I am joined by Pete Owens. He is Vice President of Marketing and PR at Dollywood. And Pete, I see that you're out and about among some of the crowds there. Good morning to you. Tell me what's going on in Dollywood.
Good morning to you. It's a beautiful day here in East Tennessee. We're right on what we call Show Street, which is our front room. Right when you walk in the gate, this is the first thing that you're going to see. You see the kite sky behind me that's celebrating summer. We're getting ready to open our summer festival this summer, and as you said, it's going to be a great year for us. It is the 40th anniversary. We're celebrating all of those things that we've done in the past, but we're also trying to make new memories with families, and we've got some great new shows, including a brand new drone and fireworks show for summer that's going to do some things that folks around here and actually folks all over the region have probably never seen before, and that's drones that actually have fireworks on them and they work together. So it's going to be a pretty interesting summer.
It sounds like it, and right now, you know, our audience is looking at some video from Dollywood, just a great attraction there that so many people from our area here in the Mid-South, you know, West Tennessee, North Mississippi, Eastern Arkansas, thousands of families here love to go to Dollywood in East Tennessee and Pigeon Forge and check things out. So when they arrive this summer, Pete, give us some details on what exactly they can expect this summer that's going to be different from years past.
Well, I mean, we're celebrating the 40th anniversary primarily with shows. We've got a brand new show called Play On that goes through the 40 years of entertainment. You said that Dollywood really started as a roadside attraction, which is true. Started with our train all the way back in 1960. But when we became Dollywood after the 1985 season of Silver Dollar City, we really started to build our brand on entertainment. I mean, obviously that makes sense for Dolly because she is a legend in the entertainment industry, and we have legendary shows. So Play On really chronicles all of that. Talked a minute ago about the summer celebration that we have with the incredible 40th anniversary drone and fireworks show, which goes part of our Sweet Summer Nights dance party that comes out in the evening as soon as it starts to get a little dusky around here. But folks can really, they can reminisce about all of the great food they've had. We're celebrating the best food for 40 years. We're celebrating the best rides over the years. And there are a lot of different little surprises and icons around that folks will remember, including a brand new sign that we've put in that is an homage to what Dolly said all the way back in 1980 when she moved to Hollywood, saw the Hollywood sign and said, "That looks like Dollywood." And we have a Dollywood sign up that is the thing that we used back in 1985 to announce Dollywood. So really some fun, cool things. But any day at Dollywood's a great day. You can go to Dollywood Splash Country, our water park. Folks from West Tennessee can come up and stay in one of our resorts, but just enjoy the day here in the Great Smoky Mountains. It's the most beautiful place on the planet and a great place to come for vacation.
I love it, Pete. So if someone's watching right now, they're interested in bringing their family, what do you recommend they do?
Well, first place to go is go to Dollywood.com. And the opportunity there is you can plan your visit. You can see what value pricing we have for the summer. We have a lot of different deals going this summer, both for the resorts and for the parks, and an opportunity for them to see what the best thing is for them. And then before they arrive, download the Dollywood app so they have the opportunity to see show schedule, the map that we have that's on the app, and any new offers we have. We also have mobile ordering on our app so that if you're out doing something in the park, you decide you and your family want to have lunch, you can order ahead and you can get your lunch whenever you arrive. So it is, technology is new in a theme park that started with an 1880s theme, but there's a lot of trip planning tools that we have and a lot of offers we have for the summer, and that's what I would encourage folks to do first.
That sounds great. Pete Owens, Dollywood's VP of Marketing and PR. We appreciate you coming on the Action News 5 Digital Desk, celebrating 40 years of Dollywood. Thanks so very much.
Thank you.
Welcome back to the Action News 5 Digital Desk. You know, the kids are out for school. You got summer season upon us, and why not take a trip somewhere? And one of the most affordable ways is perhaps going camping around your area, or maybe taking a road trip and going camping. It has become more popular than ever. In fact, 1 of 4 leisure trips out there now includes camping. Let's talk more about this idea of camping across our region and really across the country right now. I'm joined on the Action News 5 Digital Desk by Senior Vice President of Marketing for Kampgrounds of America, KOA, Diane Eichler, joining us on the Digital Desk to talk about camping. So, Diane, let's talk about this. It feels like a resurgence of camping out there across the country, but for me and my family, we've always enjoyed camping. Good morning.
Good morning. Thanks for having me.
So tell me about this this popularity that we are seeing in camping all across the country.
Yeah, camping has always historically been a really great summer activity, but over the last 5 or 6 years, we have welcomed over 11 million new campers to camping. So we at KOA are super excited to open up our peak season and welcome all of our campers, old and new, out into the great outdoors again this year.
Yeah, so tell me more about it, because I saw this stat where it said 1 in 4 of those trips, you know, people pick business or pleasure or leisure, and 1 of 4 of those leisure trips involve camping in some form or fashion. And we're talking about all kinds of camping, the RV type or the tents, that sort of thing, right?
Yeah, you know, camping has grown. We have a lot of different accommodations that we offer at KOA. And to your point, we've got so many different demographics that are coming out to camp. It can be retirees, it can be Gen Zs who are historically traveling with their larger friend groups. We've got millennial families who are bringing kiddos in tows. We welcome pets. 50% of our campers camp with pets. So we have a really great curated Camp Canine program that welcomes our furry family members as well. And we have accommodations for all types of campers. If you're traveling in an RV, we've got great pull-through sites that have hookups and patios. We've got opportunities for tent campers. We've got glamping opportunities, which is one of my favorite ways to camp with our deluxe cabin product. You can come in, pack a suitcase, you don't need a lot of gear, and walk into a cabin that has a couple of bedrooms, a bathroom, a kitchenette, and it's like having a hotel room in the great outdoors. So lots of different types of campers and lots of different accommodations that are available for our campers out in our great KOA system.
That sounds great. I mean, you got all kinds of different types of camping, from the very serious, I would say, to some that are glamping, as you mentioned. I'm curious about that to try and convince my wife. I'm an Eagle Scout, so I'm used to camping in the outdoors. So is my son. But to do a glamping, describe that once again. Is that probably isn't available at every KOA campground out there, but certainly, in fact, there's one near our area here in Marion, Arkansas. But I'm curious about the glamping, the cabin type feels. Tell me more.
Yeah, well, glamping has actually taken off in the last couple years. And so we have, as part of our glamping product, we've got deluxe cabins. At certain other campgrounds, we'll have yurts and tree houses and silos and what we consider unique accommodations. So it's not just a one-stop shop of one type of product, but there's lots of different variety, and each one of those unique glamping opportunities is often signature to space and place. So what you're going to have in potentially Tennessee might be very different than what you would find at one of our campgrounds in California. So that's one of the great things about KOA, is that none of them are the same. We're all unique, and we all have different signature opportunities at each campground.
Fantastic, Diane. Finally, if someone wants to maybe kind of look at this as perhaps a summer vacation for the family, where can they go online to do that?
Of course, visit us at KOA.com. And while you're there, I encourage everyone to hop on over to our blog. We've got lots of tips and tricks, tons of recipes, and lots of guides for you to help you get outdoors this summer in a really hassle-free and fun way.
That sounds great. Diane Eichler, we appreciate you coming on the Digital Desk talking about the enjoyment and popularity of camping all across America. Thanks so very much.
Thank you so much, and happy camping.
Back to the Action News 5 Digital Desk. There is an event that's returning to Memphis and the Mid-South, and this is an event that people love. In fact, they crave, because as we all know, we have some of the best beer around, okay, because we have some of the best water around. But this is a festival of beers that not only encompass some of the local beers, but beers all across the region, all across the nation, even internationally. I'm joined on the Action News 5 Digital Desk by Matt Leff. He is the organizer for Memphis Brewfest that's coming to Shelby Farms Park this year, June 21st. It's right around the corner. And Matt, glad to have you on the Digital Desk. Let's talk about why the move to Shelby Farms Park, other than, of course, it being a great venue. Good morning.
Sure. Good morning, and nice to see everybody. So yeah, we are super excited to be coming to Memphis and reviving Memphis Brewfest at its new home, Shelby Farms Park. And we chose the location for its ease. It's a beautiful site. There's free parking. We have a beautiful stage right there on the festival field where we'll have live music throughout the day by Free World. So it's just a great location, and we're super pumped to be handling it and hosting it there.
Yeah, absolutely. So, so tell us a little bit about it, because I know that, you know, this is an event that typically sells out. Tell us about the beers, first of all, because this is, after all, a festival of beer.
Yeah, so we have personally invited, I should say, 40, not 35, which it says behind me, but we have 40 of the best breweries locally and regionally across the Southeast. So all your Memphis favorites will be there, most of them showing up with special offerings and things that you may only find if you visit their tap room versus, say, shopping at your local liquor store or even grocery store. So all your locals are there. We have many breweries coming from across the state of Tennessee and then just the surrounding areas. So last count, I believe we have 137 unique beers that our guests will be able to sample throughout the day out at Shelby Farms Park.
Fantastic. And so this is from noon until 5 o'clock on Saturday, June 21st. And there's a limited number of tickets, and you guys have it that way so it doesn't get too crowded and the crowd's too big, right?
Of course. Yeah. Guest experience is our number one priority. We don't want you waiting in line to try a beer. We don't want you waiting in line to go to the bathroom. We don't want you waiting in line to get food. We want to make sure that your ticket feels valuable and that you have a wonderful experience. So those tickets are $65 and it includes everything but food. Food is the only add-on. If you're hungry, you support local great food trucks and local vendors from the Memphis area while doing so. So yeah, it's going to be a great day, and we are fingers crossed for awesome weather. Hopefully your weather team can dial that in for us.
Yeah, no question about it. I was going to say, so food trucks are going to be there. And what I understand, Matt, is that, you know, you're nothing new to dealing with these beer festivals across Tennessee. Tell me a little bit about your background.
Yeah, sure. So my business is Rhizome Productions. We're a full-service festival and events production company based in Nashville, but we've produced festivals all over the state, including Memphis in the past, as well as Knoxville, Chattanooga, and then the Middle Tennessee area. And we actually started in 2011 explicitly as a beer festival company. We've evolved and grown to do all kinds of things across the event space, including music festivals, food events, fundraisers for nonprofits and corporate groups. So we run the spectrum of events. We just wrapped up supporting country music festivals here in Nashville the past 12 days. So we're just a diverse group of folks, but we love beer at our core, and we're really excited that we're able to influence Memphis Brewfest into the future and hopefully put it back on everybody's calendar every year moving forward this year.
Yeah, absolutely. I've certainly attended in years past, but it's been a while. It's been a minute, but certainly Shelby Farms Park, that venue in that environment is I would think would be quite the celebration for sure. Let's talk about ways that people can learn more. I guess a website and where people can buy tickets, that sort of thing.
Yeah. So easiest thing to do, go to memphisbrewfest.com. You will find everything you need to know there, all the breweries, all the vendors, all the food trucks, of course, how to buy your tickets, most importantly. And also just want to share that if you use the code DRINKGOODBEER, you can save a few dollars on those general admission tickets. So when you go over to Memphis Brewfest, just click that tickets button and use the code DRINKGOODBEER to save a couple dollars on those general admission tickets. That code is unlimited usage. So if you want to roll out there with a group of 10 people, feel free to use that code for all 10 tickets. But yeah, you'll be able to learn everything you need at our website, directions to Shelby Farms Park if you've never been before, or maybe you're just a little unfamiliar with the area. But everything you need to know is right there. And of course, I should mention that you do need to be 21 and up to come. Can't bring the kids. This is an adults afternoon only.
21 and over, yes, absolutely. Okay, Matt Leff, we appreciate your time here on the Digital Desk. Good luck on the 21st. I'm sure it's going to be a lot of fun. Thanks for taking the time.
Thanks so much. Cheers, everybody.
All right, cheers to you as well. Good morning. Welcome back to the Action News 5 Digital Desk. There is a new competition that is on NBC right now. It's called Destination X, and it is a bold travel competition. And a lot of those contestants are asking, where the X are we, among other things. And I want to learn more about this competition that began about a month ago on NBC. And joining me now on the Action News 5 Digital Desk, one of the contestants, Peter Weber, to talk more about this show and more about what viewers can expect. Peter, good morning to you. So tell me a little bit about what you're involved in. Good morning.
Yeah, no, this was truly just the adventure of a lifetime, the ultimate game board, being able to just have a guessing game of where in the X are you, like you said, and just an incredible opportunity to kind of put your skills to the test. You know, for me, I think specifically it was such an awesome opportunity to go into, just with the nature of my career and being a pilot and the passion I have for travel. Being able to be a part of an experience like this was just the coolest thing I've ever done in my entire life, and I can't wait for everyone to watch the entire journey. Just so many awe moments, and it was truly special, and I'll never forget it.
So let me ask you this, Peter, because you know, on another network there is something called The Amazing Race, which is almost a travel competition as well. Get us into this competition. Is it similar? Is it different? What are the differences and perhaps the similarities?
It's very different. You know, what's crazy too, and I think a lot of the players, we're all looking really forward to rewatching this back, is we really only saw maybe, you know, 10, 15, 20% of the entire, what everyone's going to see. We saw such a limited portion, and it's, you know, depriving you of your senses. And that's what makes it such a unique show, and something that's never been done before. You know, being able to see such limited things and never truly knowing if what you're seeing is accurate, if it's a red herring. That was just through a huge wrench and everything. It made it so much more difficult. Being able to trust people, and it has the whole gameplay aspect of, you know, betrayal, of alliances, of really just trusting your gut. And that could be a make or break for you, you know, either continuing on to the next week or going home. So I think that, you know, similarities, yeah, being able to travel the world and see a lot of incredible spots, but the competition aspect is brand new. It's never been done before. And it's just super unique, and it's just really just testing and an insane experience.
I know that you're limited on what you can say, but Peter, if you can you break down a little bit of the rules or how this competition is played out on TV?
Yeah, so essentially, every week we're going to be traveling in a bus, and this bus is fogged out, so all the windows, you can't see outside. And so you're in close quarters, you're with your competition day in and day out, you're sleeping on the bus. And every city you get to, you're going to be partaking in certain challenges. And these challenges, if you win them, are going to be huge because they're going to offer you information and give you clues to understand possibly where you are. But again, those clues may not always be accurate. And so that's part of the fun of the game, is trying to really decipher what is true, what's not. The alliance building is huge in this game. And, you know, you try to, at the end of every single week, you're going to be placing your X. You go to the map room if you're selected to go to the map room. And the person that has their X furthest away from the correct location of where you actually are in the world at that point, unfortunately gets sent home. And you try to make it to the very end for, you know, a shot at the grand prize and the title. And just, yeah, the ultimate competition show. It's really cool, I think, for the viewers too. They're going to be able to guess along too as well, and truly play this game as if you were actually playing it in real life. But it's got everything. It's got the social aspect, the competitive aspect, the challenge aspect, and a lot of twists and turns, a little bit of luck, and just the most epically shot show I think I've ever seen.
What's the grand prize?
$250,000. So that's obviously an incredible amount of money. So that'd be incredible to win that. But I think even more than that, just you know, the pride of being able to, you know, season one, be able to win Destination X. That would be, I think that's the ultimate prize. But yeah, a big sum of money as well.
So tell our viewers how we can watch Destination X.
So Destination X is going to be airing on NBC on Tuesday nights, and then after that, it's going to be on Peacock, available for streaming. So yeah, be tuning in every Tuesday night, and after you can't catch that, you got it on Peacock.
Anything that surprised you that you're allowed to tell us with regards to this? You mentioned how many people are involved in this? Contestants?
So it started out with 10, and then I believe 2 have already been eliminated, and then Janae and we join in the next city that's coming up, do a little bit of a twist, throw like a wrench in the plans for I think everyone involved. So now we're back up to 10. And yeah, there can only be one winner at the end. Again, with that, it's very crucial to be working along with other people, because you can't win it by yourself. And so that's also creates a really interesting dynamic too of, you know, if you were to make it far in this game, of when do you split that? And there's obviously a lot of trust, but eventually the nature of the game, there has to be a little bit of betrayal too. So it's very lots of ups and downs and twists, and yeah, it's gonna be fun to watch.
Absolutely. Peter Weber, contestant on NBC's Destination X, a brand new reality competition that focuses on travel, and the grand prize, $250,000. You can see it on Tuesday nights on NBC and then Peacock streaming afterwards. Peter, thanks for coming on the Digital Desk. Best of luck to you in this competition. We appreciate your time. Good morning. Welcome back to the Action News 5 Digital Desk. We always love checking in with our friends at Memphis Botanic Garden. A busy, busy time for them. They got the Live at the Garden concert series all ready to go this weekend. I'm joined now by Carly Zamora joining us on the Action News 5 Digital Desk, Adult Education Coordinator for us. Carly, what's going on? Good morning.
Hey, good morning. We're so happy to talk with y'all this morning. We're starting to see a little bit of a drizzle roll in, but that's the great thing about the garden is even when it rains, the scenery is still beautiful. If anything, it's just making the plants look even better. So it's a good time out here.
Oh, it always is, and I love seeing it, and I love it when you guys talk to us and you're out and about in the 96 acres. It's looking great. So we know we got the big concert coming up this weekend with Third Eye Blind. What else is going on? Because I know you guys have events throughout the summer and really throughout the year.
Yeah, absolutely. So we're so excited about having our first concert of the season this Saturday with Third Eye Blind. I know I'll be there. I'm super thrilled about it. Some other things that we have coming up is actually a brand new series that we're introducing. It is called our Sip and Stroll series. So the first Thursday of the month, we are actually taking guests on an in-depth look at each of our gardens. So the way that we kind of laid this out is each individual garden is going to have its own opportunity to shine and to really be able to talk about what went into that garden, some different concepts and things to talk about. Additionally, what we're excited about is we're bringing in community partners that kind of fit the theme of the garden. So our first one coming up is actually on July 3rd. The fun thing that we get to talk about is our urban home garden. So when you think about home gardening, a lot of people think about raised beds and fruits and vegetables, but we have a lot of really cool concepts. We also have beekeeping, we have chicken coops, we have a type of growing fruit trees called espalier. All of these crazy concepts that maybe you wouldn't think about and more, we're going to discuss in a very casual, laid back tour. That's my kind of goal with all of our adult education programming, is to make it fun, casual, very approachable to anyone that comes in.
So I'm curious because this has piqued my interest here. First ever Sip and Stroll series. You have one. It looks like you have one in July, August, September, October, November. Tell me once again. So is it like a home improvement? Like the July one's focused on home improvement stuff, or is it something more than that?
Yeah. So I think that the cool concept behind the Sip and Stroll tours that we'll be doing is we want to give information that you can apply to your life. So if that's something you're interested in, is how do I grow a tomato plant? That's stuff that we'll be covering. But if you're a seasoned gardener and you've done this and you said, I've been out in my garden for 20 plus years, you can come to the Sip and Stroll series and still learn something new and fun and cool. And the great part about this is because we're rotating between each garden, we have different ideas and different kind of concepts to cover. So maybe you're not super interested in, let's say, home gardening. You don't really want to do the vegetable gardens. Guess what? We have another series, which I'm super excited about. Our October one is all about potions and poisons. So that'll be like a really fun Halloween one that we do. That's all going to talk about like the history of medicinal use of plants and also how it was used in history to poison people. So we have the mixture of the really fun with the really useful information all combined.
I love it. I love it. That's cool. Very cool, very creative. And so each month there's going to be a different theme, and this is going for, is it on Saturdays? Is it the first, another part of the week? It's give us a rundown of when it is and when we can see the theme for each of those days.
Absolutely. So they are going to be on the first Thursday of the month. So check your calendar, whatever that may be. Like I said, our first one's July 3rd. Each theme we will have up on our calendar. You can visit our Things to Do calendar under membg.org to see all of the dates. But just as a rundown, our first theme will be our urban home garden. Our second will be our herb garden. Our third will be our My Big Backyard, our children's area, where all the kids will be back to school and all the adults get to come in and see what's going on there. Our fourth will be our special Halloween edition. And then our fifth will be our woodlands, where we actually get to go run through the woods and see what we have that going on out there.
Very cool. I love it. That sounds fantastic. What made you guys come up with this idea? It's very creative, and I know that a lot of people will enjoy it.
Yeah, absolutely. So, kind of talking about the name in and of itself, Sip and Stroll, this is actually a 21 plus event. The reason that we have it 21 plus is because with the purchase of your ticket, you get 2 specialty cocktails, which we will theme around the garden. So, we're really excited about that. One of the vendors that we'll be working with, or one of the community partners for our first one, is actually Delta Dirt, where they take sweet potatoes to make it into their spirits. So, we have this thought of how do we combine these community partners, have them out in the garden, have them out talking, and then I actually will be leading the tours. So I personally take a lot of interest in each of our individual areas and all the things we have to offer. And when all these ideas were floating around, we just thought, let's just combine them and make them a nice, casual, fun atmosphere for everyone. It's also low quantity numbers for these tours. So you won't have these huge groups where you can't talk to the tour guide or talk to the partners. All of these tours are very limited, so make sure you get your tickets now to have that opportunity to come see them.
One more thing, Carly. You mentioned that you're a part of putting it together and running the various events. Are there certain experts? So, for example, you have your garden, your garden one, that theme. Is there going to be someone that runs a seasonal garden that can really kind of give you those tips? How's that going to work?
Yeah, absolutely. So I like to say that I'm there for kind of the fun, casual conversations. I know a lot about our garden, but I definitely don't know more than our horticulturists. So we will have a horticulturist on site to be able to talk about this different areas, since they're the ones that actually put the plants in the ground and maintain them throughout the year. So we'll have experts in that fashion. Another partner that we'll have is Everbloom Pharmacy. Everbloom Pharmacy specializes in their own gardens themselves, and we actually donate a lot of our food profit that we kind of have, or the extra groceries that we have from our urban home garden, to Everbloom Pharmacy. So they'll be talking about community gardens, how to get involved. Maybe you don't have a garden in your backyard, but you want to start and have this kind of built up. We will have so many different ranges of people to talk to that, like I said, if you're casual or if you're already an expert on your own, this will be a really fun experience for everyone.
Fantastic. I love it. Carly Zamora joining us on the digital desk about Memphis Botanic Garden and their new series, Sip and Stroll. First one, July 3rd, a season garden showcase, I guess you could call it, where you guys will be really kind of focused in and dialed in to really kind of enhance people who have been gardening for 10, 20 years or more. Anything else we can touch on, Carly, before we let you go?
Yeah, absolutely. So this is a series that we plan to continue throughout the new year. So please make sure that you keep an eye on our website. That's membg.org to see all of the future dates. We really hope to hit each individual part of our garden. So if you don't see one of the gardens you would be interested in, stay tuned till 2026 when we'll have a lot more running throughout the entire year.
Awesome. All right. Well, listen, we appreciate it, Carly Zamora. As always, when you and others join us on the digital desk from Memphis Botanic Garden, always really enjoying that gem in Memphis and the Mid-South. Thank you so very much.
Of course. Y'all have a great morning.
Okay. You do the same as well. Allie, it's Memphis. Andrew Douglas, can you hear me? I cannot hear you. I believe someone does not have your mic on.
Let's see.
I can hear you now. Great.
Perfect.
Okay, we're about 20 seconds away. Just wanted to say hello.
Thank you.
Welcome back to the Action News 5 Digital Desk. There's always a lot of chatter about cryptocurrency, new coins, perhaps some investments out there. On the Action News 5 Digital Desk, I also want to talk about some scams. There are some scams out there, and we want to talk about them so you don't get ripped off. I'm joined right now on the Action News 5 Digital Desk by Ali Tager. She is with the nonprofit National Cryptocurrency Association to talk a little bit about cryptocurrency and some scams out there. Ali, where do we begin? Good morning.
Good morning. Thank you for having me. Perfect timing. It's Internet Safety Month, and the National Cryptocurrency Association is out here helping everyday Americans learn how to navigate the crypto landscape safely and responsibly. Unfortunately, we know that there are scammers and fraudsters in every market, and protecting yourself really comes down to practicing smart online habits, and security should always be top of mind. So excited to share more with you about some common scams and safety habits.
Yeah, so Ali, I understand there was a new study out there that talks specifically about this issue. Give me the highlights from it, please.
Yeah, we just did the largest ever study of crypto holders in America. We met with 10,000 crypto holders who come from all walks of life. They come from all genders, generations, regions across the country, industries, and income brackets. And more than 3/4 of them are actually seeing really positive results from using cryptocurrency. They are seeing financial gains, they're seeing a sense of achievement, learning and development opportunities, and a sense of fun and excitement. Very, very few of them have had negative experiences, and even fewer of those have been scam or fraud related. But unfortunately, we know that scams are pervasive in every corner of the internet. We see phishing scams where people try to get you to click on random links in social media posts, texts, or emails. We see pump and dump schemes where groups band together to artificially hype up prices of coins and then leave others holding the bag. And then we see fraudsters impersonate friends, loved ones, trusted institutions to try and get you to send them cryptocurrency. So it's really important that you're being wary of all of this, that you are not sharing your information with anyone you don't know, and that you're keeping your private crypto keys like your PIN and password super safe and secure.
Yeah, that's just a good practice for any business, any kind of investment, no matter if it's cryptocurrency or not, where there's constantly scammers trying to get into your personal information online, what have you. So let's talk about some of those top crypto scams that you and your organization is seeing.
Yeah, absolutely. Unfortunately named pig butchering, which is just as horrible as it sounds. That's when someone pretends to build a relationship with you over time before they start to pressure you to send them sometimes smaller increments and then larger increments of cryptocurrency. We see this with online dating all the time. There's also giveaway scams where people will say, oh, if you send me just a small amount of crypto, I will send you even more back. And so it's really important that you are wary of any urgency or pressure tactics. If someone's trying to get you to send them crypto very quickly, it has a limited time offer. It's really important that you're not clicking on random links or trusting anyone that you don't know. You don't want to take financial advice from a stranger. You certainly don't want to send them your money. And when it comes to crypto, transactions are final. They can't be reversed. And so general rule of thumb, if something seems too good to be true, it probably is.
Oh, yeah, that is always a general good rule of thumb. Where can we get some more information about scams to watch for, good health practices on the internet, that sort of thing?
Of course, the National Cryptocurrency Association is a one-stop shop to learn more about what crypto is, how it works, and how to stay safe. So encourage everyone to go to nca.org to learn more.
Okay, Ali Tager with the National Cryptocurrency Association. Appreciate the time on the digital desk. Valuable information for so many of us. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, another live look from our High Five camera as you take a look downtown. 75 degrees already at 8:05. Let's talk about your forecast in 1 minute.
Thanks for joining us here on the Action News 5 digital desk here on a Wednesday. Temperatures warming up into the upper 80s, lower 90s this afternoon. Heat and humidity will be a mainstay here in the forecast, not just today, but likely through the extended forecast. We'll add in a chance for a couple of spotty downpours from time to time. A few of those could sneak in here this morning, a few more this afternoon. I think our better chances for more widespread rain will likely come in overnight tonight into your day on Thursday, or at least the beginning part of your Thursday. If it's not the heat and humidity combination, of course, the rain chances, but the heat and humidity combination definitely is going to be high on mine. What feels like temperatures approaching 100 degrees by the end of the day. Now, as far as the big picture is concerned, we're still looking at the potential for a few stronger storms moving back into the fold as we head towards the latter portion of the day. Now, most of the day will likely be just hot and humid. But then we get into this evening, and that's when we could see some stronger storms developing. The higher potential for severe weather from St. Louis to Springfield back down towards Little Rock and to our north and west. But we do include a portion of the Mid-South in a risk for a few stronger storms late tonight into the early hours of your day on Thursday. So let's go hour by hour now with our First Alert Futurecast. Starting off with some clouds, mixing in with some sunshine, a few spotty downpours developing with an outflow boundary that's moving from west to east. That may kick off a few showers and storms late this morning, early afternoon hours across parts of the Mid-South. Better chances for rain and storms will begin to bubble up as we head towards the afternoon and evening hours. Of course, some of these storms that are able to flare up near this frontal boundary could become strong to severe. Our main issue being strong wind potential, but we can't rule out a brief spin-up tornado. Now, understand this. Many of you will just see loud storms tonight. That's unsettling when it's 1 or 2 o'clock in the morning. I understand that. But most of you will just see loud storms. Some of you could tangle with a few stronger elements, being the strong wind action, the potential for damaging winds in some instances. That's not completely off of the table. So I don't want you to think that all storms are bad, but some of them could be a little bit rougher than others. So just something to keep in the back of your mind. I know this is, again, an overnight risk, and that kind of gets people a little bit more jazzed up. Just be prepared for that potential. Again, overnight tonight, early portions of your Thursday. Severe weather potential would likely fall apart after about 3 or 4 o'clock in the morning. Still got some rain and storms, though, to contend with early on your Thursday. As the frontal boundary works its way down towards the south, we turn towards a mixture of clouds and sunshine. Temperatures warming up into the upper 80s. Near 90 degrees. A couple spotty downpours still possible during the afternoon hours. Banks of fog could be an issue for early Friday morning, but other than that, a mixture of clouds and sunshine. We're right back in the low 90s, and a chance for a pop-up downpour or two by the end of the day. Of course, stay up to date with the very latest anytime and everywhere on the Action News 5 First Alert Weather app. You can download it in the Google Play Store and the Apple App Store. We are about to go into some big-time heat, my friends, as we head towards the end of this week and into the upcoming weekend. Big ridge of high pressure developing in northern Mexico starts moving eastward. So you start to see this expanding area of red. That is that ridge that will be developing our troughing axis out to the west. So we get into a much larger blocking pattern that we have here, a very amplified pattern back out to the west. This will at least help to bring some cooler weather and maybe some rain and storm chances back out to the west. Of course, now the opposite of that is going to be the heat and humidity combination here in our neck of the woods. High pressure, sinking air. Sinking air compresses, it warms up. So that means that our temperatures will be on the up and up with a persistent south flow as well off the Gulf. That's going to push the feels like temperatures in the higher category along with the mugginess. That mugginess is going to be up there in the steamy category, especially by the weekend, where feels like temperatures may crest above 105 degrees for several days on end, getting to our point of our first heat advisories potentially of the season coming up through the end of this week and into the beginning of next week. Still wanted to let you know as we head into late this evening, we could have some stronger storms to contend with. I want you to stay weather aware. We'll keep you advised during that time frame. Main time frame between 7 p.m. and 4 a.m. Still lingering shower and storm opportunities early on your Juneteenth Thursday. I think that if anything's going on with festivals and commemorations, things of the sort for Juneteenth and celebrations, I think that we are going to be better in the afternoon with a couple of spotty downpours. The morning, though, a little bit more iffy with temperatures in the upper 80s. Still steamy, though. Low 90s by Friday, the first day of summer, officially full day of summer will be on Saturday, but summer officially begins 9:41 in the evening on Friday. Still a chance for a pop-up downpour, 10 to 20% chances there, 10% rain chances through the weekend. I mean, if you catch a downpour, consider yourself lucky through the weekend. It's going to be hot and muggy, though. Highs in the mid-90s, lows in the mid-70s. It is a recipe for some sultry, summery steam here. We'll start adding in a few more opportunities for rain as that ridge starts to build a little farther off to the east. More of that flow coming in off the Gulf. 20 to 30% rain chances as we head towards the mid portion of next week and latter portion of the week with a mixture of clouds and sunshine on a daily basis. Your typical summery fare on the way as we head into the beginning of the summer season.
Memphis Grizzlies, Eric Hasseltine joining us in the offseason. Eric, thank you very much for joining us. And
of course.
How was it when you found out about this trade, and what were some of your initial reactions? Good morning.
Good morning. Yeah, it was a little bit of a surprise. You know, we knew there were potential moves in the offseason to be made, just weren't quite sure which direction they were going to go. And obviously that question was answered with a resounding a big move on Sunday. We weren't sure if there was going to be multiple small moves, but they were going to rearrange the roster a little bit and try to add some depth at the wing, maybe some depth at the point guard position, some depth in the front court after the injury to Zach Edey. I think people just felt like, you know, there's two ways to go about it right now in the NBA. You either have three big-time stars and then kind of sprinkle around them, or maybe two stars and, you know, kind of max money guys and then sprinkle around them. And Desmond Bane was making a great salary. He earned it. He worked his way to that number. When fully healthy, this is a guy scoring 23, 24 points a game. As I told people, when the ball leaves his hands, you think it's going in. But that contract can limit moves you can make. So I think what the Grizzlies did was got a lot of flexibility in this deal. It's sad to see Des go. I couldn't be more impressed with a guy that was picked 30th overall to come in the way he did, learn the way he did as a rookie. They make a move with Grayson Allen to open up minutes for him. He continues to work hard. A couple unfortunate injuries, an oblique strain earlier this year. Previous year, he steps on a basketball as it's rolling by, as he's trying to go for it and rolls his ankle. That's just a freak injury that shouldn't happen, but he missed time. And so now people are wondering, well, is it a durability thing? It's not with that young man, and he's got a very bright future. And Orlando seemed like they wanted to condense their roster. They wanted to go with the route of having three guys they can really count on and then building around those three when you talk about their roster. So the Grizzlies getting 4 first-round picks, a veteran in Kentavious Caldwell-Pope, which will help the locker room because he's won a championship, and a veteran in Cole Anthony who can add depth at the point guard position. Those 4 first-round picks and the right to swap a pick, which means whoever has the higher pick, the Grizzlies will get that between themselves and the Magic, really gives you a lot of wiggle room if you want to make more deals. The addition of Cole Anthony means you have 2 guys in that backup point spot where Scottie Pippen and Cole Anthony are very similar types of players. They can really score the basketball. They're about 6'1", 6'2". Anthony has been known for his athleticism. He's the son of a former NBA player that actually played with the Grizzlies in Vancouver, and Greg Anthony, and he really was a nice complementary piece to that Magic roster. He's been through playoff series, so you get some veteran experience there. Scottie worked his way into getting more minutes, I think, during the postseason, and we'll see which direction they decide to go. Will they keep both, or will they maybe package another one with another player and make another move? That's certainly in play. So a bit surprising when it happened because we're still a couple of weeks from the draft, and usually you see these moves the week of the draft, but the Grizzlies were very proactive. They got a deal they felt like they couldn't pass up on and made the trade, and I think they got a bounty in return for a very good player, and that's what you want when you make a move like this. Multiple picks and a veteran player that can help you.
Yeah, no question. I mean, that's a great way to describe it, a bounty. In return for Desmond Bane. And of course, we all love Desmond Bane. Such a workhorse. And probably going down as one of the best draft picks ever for the organization. I mean, taken 30th and just did so much for the organization. You mentioned the 4 first-round picks, the 2 veteran players, including one that has won a championship with Denver. I believe he won a championship with the Lakers in the bubble in 2020 as well.
Yeah, I think he did.
Yeah, and then another aspect is dumping the nearly $200 million contract. I mean, that is huge. So where do you think? I mean, we got the draft coming up shortly, right? I mean, where are we going with this? Because we have the 16th pick now.
Yeah, you got back into the first round of this year's draft as well. So maybe they saw a college player they also liked, and this was just too good a deal to pass up. You mentioned the remaining years for Desmond Bane's contract, and that is a harder contract to move individually, even if somebody wants a great shooter, a perimeter scorer, and Des can score at all 3 levels. And just to clarify, the Grizzlies actually didn't draft Desmond Bane, but a pick made for them. Boston took Des, and I always love going to Boston and hearing guys, how did we let this guy go with our 30th pick? Well, that deal was in the works before the draft even happened. That pick was made with the trade already ready to be made. So the Celtics actually selected Desmond, but the Grizzlies were after him, and when they saw they could get him at 30, or that he was going to be available, they made that trade with the Celtics. So it's just easier to move guys with contracts that are under that $25 million range. I mean, that just sounds like a ridiculous thing to say because the money is so astronomical. But when you start getting into the 30, 35, $40 million range, and these guys have earned it, they're star type players. They're guys that have the potential to make an all-star game. There was a point where Desmond Bane, without an injury, probably makes an all-star game before these last couple of seasons and could have been an all-star, has that type of potential and that type of talent. So it's not easy to move these guys because their contracts are so high. Now you break it up into 2 guys who have a reputation around the league for what they do. Cole Anthony, super athletic, has participated in a dunk contest at his size, which is remarkable, can score the basketball, comes from a lineage of pro players with his father playing in the league. And now you go to Kentavious Caldwell-Pope, and that's a great point, Andrew. I'd forgotten that he was in that Lakers bubble team championship roster. So he's got not 1, but 2-time world champion, went to Denver, made a big difference there with the Nuggets. A lot of people really credit his experience for helping that team take huge strides forward with Jokic and Murray, but having that veteran presence and saying this is how we need to do things, alongside with letting the leaders lead, but saying, hey, when we're in these championship battles, this is how we need to pull ourselves through. That kind of experience in a locker room is invaluable. So if you want to keep these 2 guys, they really enhance your locker room. But they do have market value. They have a lot of market value. They're going to be sought after if this doesn't go the way you want it to go, or if you feel like they don't really fit the long-term plan, which is possible too. This, as I said, gives you a ton of flexibility to either try it out and see, or even beforehand, be more proactive and maybe get somebody else you have your eyes on if there's another trade to be made. We'll see. The front office gets paid to do their job. People always want to ask me, well, what do you know what they're saying in the front office? And my answer is always the same. Nothing, because they don't pay me to be in the front office. They pay me to see the game, call the game. However, I do kind of have some ideas of how this goes, having seen this play out many times in years past with other teams.
Yeah, it's interesting to see because everyone has the feeling that they're not done yet, although I saw a report that said, hey, Ja Morant and Jaren Jackson Jr. off limits for the organization. I saw that earlier today. Sure. But Eric, and a lot of people think this is a pipe dream, but hear me out for a second.
Okay.
Giannis Antetokounmpo, okay, the guy has played in a small market in Milwaukee. He's from a small country in Europe and Greece. Why not take those 4 first-round draft picks, trade it to Milwaukee, we get Giannis, and then we're all set. We're ready to go. Let's play ball.
Well, you'd need to add some salary into that too. So that would be an interesting move if you condensed a couple of contracts, maybe a sign and trade, maybe package one of the guys you just acquired. That's certainly within the realm of possibilities. The question is, what does Giannis want to do? Where does he want to go? The thing that I'd be keeping an eye on is what happens in New York, because they have assets they could move, and they are actively looking at both guys, and apparently, according to all the rumor mills, that the names keep popping up. I don't want to start throwing names out there or putting scenarios together, because I don't think that's fair to the organizations. And honestly, I don't know how the NBA feels about that. So let's just say a team like New York might get in the mix for a superstar player of that magnitude, maybe a former MVP or another former MVP that's name gets tossed around. You can do the math there, Andrew. And that will have a lot to determine what the availability is. Like I said, these deals tend to happen the week of the draft because of draft picks, because of opportunities to get young players. And if you're going to trade a star of that magnitude, you're not looking to remain in that playoff picture necessarily next year. You are looking to reset the roster, reset your organization, maybe take a year or two of lumps and build forward with a group that you can build continuity with, and thus for build success. So I think keeping an eye on what happens in the Knicks coaching situation, keeping an eye on what happens with that other superstar who has also won an MVP, whose name gets tossed around in trade concerns. It's really a situation where a lot's going to determine that, and I don't think we'll hear a lot more. I don't think that the Grizzlies won't be proactive in seeking out what the Bucks might want in a trade for a star of that magnitude. Right now, though, he's a Milwaukee Buck, and a lot of people seem to think that might be a different story by the time we tip off the season. And I don't ever have a problem with the team going for it, but you got to make sure the fit is right, the player is happy, because the one thing teams will tend to do is get in the mix for a trade, bring a guy in, he doesn't want to be there, and if he doesn't want to be there, it can really be a disaster. And I've seen it before. In fact, it happened to this organization years ago. They traded for a player named Otis Thorpe. He flat out said he did not want to be there. He did not want to go to Vancouver at the time. They made the trade anyway, and by 2 to 3 weeks later, they realized they had made a mistake, and they shipped him off to Sacramento. The problem was, in trading for Otis Thorpe at the time with Detroit, they gave them a future first-round pick, which ended up being the number 2 pick behind LeBron James. Now, the Pistons blew that pick and took Darko Milicic, where they could have taken Carmelo Anthony, but the Grizzlies would have had that first-round pick. And Detroit kept hearing about this kid, and every time the Grizzlies tried to get it back, they said, "No, well, we're going to hang on to this one just to see." So you got to be careful about bringing in guys that don't want to be in that organization. And it's not necessarily anything personal. It may be personal to them. They want to be in a different city. They want to be closer to family. They don't jive with the guys on this roster. I don't ever hold that against a player. I think if a player can pick a place where he's comfortable, I'm okay with that.
Final question, Eric, then we'll let you go. What are you going to be watching over the next 2 weeks? You mentioned you're going to be watching the New York coaching situation. Anything else that we should be watching ourselves?
Well, I mean, obviously we're going to watch the finals and see what happens there. It's, game 5 tonight, I should say. I'm sorry. And what happens in that game can really start to shape things, believe it or not, because look, here we were talking about the Pacers up 2-1. If they win game 4, they're up 3-1, and really put the Thunder's backs against the wall. The Thunder have built their roster in a certain way. They are 2 steps away from a title. The Pacers play a certain way with a certain type of player. They're 2 steps away from a title. This is a copycat league. Whoever wins this NBA championship, even with the other team not winning, teams are going to start to look to rebuild their roster with a lot of the similar characteristics of these 2 teams, because you mimic success. So I'm going to watch that. I'm going to watch the Knicks coaching situation, watch the other situations with big name players and where they may be rumored to be going. Some of those players have said, hey, these are my ideal destinations. Does a team that's already in the playoff picture from this year make a big move and try to enhance by sending multiple players for a big time star? Does that set the market and force other teams to follow suit? Or does everybody kind of stay pat and see where we get to with the draft. I think people jokingly saying that Dallas might trade the #1 pick are just doing that to take a shot at the Mavericks after the Luka Doncic trade. If they were to move that #1 pick, Andrew, it would be a whirlwind of deals and everybody would, lose their minds. I don't see that happening. So aside from all that, I'm going to watch my son play baseball. I'm going to sit back and enjoy the ride and get ready for Summer League and look forward to seeing, if they do keep the 16th pick, a couple of new faces with the draft picks that they have, a couple of guys that were on the roster last year getting some work, seeing the development of Coach Iasalo out there coaching the team and getting his system into play and seeing what it really looks like with some time to prepare for it. And then just get ready for training camp to start in October, my friend. Lots to go before there, though. Lots of football coming. Memphis Tigers, all the SEC, the NFL. It's a great time of year, and it's been fun.
Yeah, no question about it. Eric Hasseltine joining us on the Action News 5 digital desk to weigh in and break down this Grizzlies Magic trade. We appreciate your time. Go have fun this summer with your son. Appreciate it, Eric.
Always appreciate it, Andrew. You have fun with your family as well. Look forward to seeing you next time, my friend.
Absolutely.
Thanks for joining us here on the Action News 5 digital desk here on a Wednesday. Temperatures warming up into the upper 80s, lower 90s this afternoon. Heat and humidity will be a mainstay here in the forecast, not just today, but likely through the extended forecast. We'll add in a chance for a couple of spotty downpours from time to time. A few of those could sneak in here this morning, a few more this afternoon. I think our better chances for more widespread rain will likely come in overnight tonight into your day on Thursday, or at least the beginning part of your Thursday. If it's not the heat and humidity combination, of course, the rain chances, but the heat and humidity combination definitely is going to be high on mine. What feels like temperatures approaching 100 degrees by the end of the day. Now, as far as the big picture is concerned, we're still looking at the potential for a few stronger storms moving back into the fold as we head towards the latter portion of the day. Now, most of the day will likely be just hot and humid. But then we get into this evening, and that's when we could see some stronger storms developing. The higher potential for severe weather from St. Louis to Springfield back down towards Little Rock and to our north and west. But we do include a portion of the Mid-South in a risk for a few stronger storms late tonight into the early hours of your day on Thursday. So let's go hour by hour now with our First Alert Futurecast. Starting off with some clouds, mixing in with some sunshine, a few spotty downpours developing with an outflow boundary that's moving from west to east. That may kick off a few showers and storms late this morning, early afternoon hours across parts of the Mid-South. Better chances for rain and storms will begin to bubble up as we head towards the afternoon and evening hours. Of course, some of these storms that are able to flare up near this frontal boundary could become strong to severe. Our main issue being strong wind potential, but we can't rule out a brief spin of tornado. Now, understand this. Many of you will just see loud storms tonight. That's unsettling when it's 1 or 2 o'clock in the morning. I understand that. But most of you will just see loud storms. Some of you could tangle with a few stronger elements, being the strong wind action, the potential for damaging winds in some instances. That's not completely off of the table. So I don't want you to think that all storms are bad, but some of them could be a little bit rougher than others. So just something to keep in the back of your mind. I know this is, again, an overnight risk, and that kind of gets people a little bit more jazzed up. Just be prepared for that potential. Again, overnight tonight, early portions of your Thursday. Severe weather potential would likely fall apart after about 3 or 4 o'clock in the morning. Still got some rain and storms, though, to contend with early on your Thursday. As the frontal boundary works its way down towards the south, we turn towards a mixture of clouds and sunshine. Temperatures warming up into the upper 80s. Near 90 degrees, a couple spotty downpours still possible during the afternoon hours. Banks of fog could be an issue for early Friday morning, but other than that, a mixture of clouds and sunshine, we're right back in the low 90s. And a chance for pop-up downpour or two by the end of the day. Of course, stay up to date with the very latest anytime and everywhere on the Action News 5 First Alert Weather app. You can download it in the Google Play Store and the Apple App Store. We are about to go into some big-time heat, my friends, as we head towards the end of this week and into the upcoming weekend. Big ridge of high pressure developing in northern Mexico starts moving eastward. So you start to see this expanding area of red. That is that ridge that will be developing our troughing axis out to the west. So we get into a much larger blocking pattern that we have here, a very amplified pattern back out to the west. This will at least help to bring some cooler weather and maybe some rain and storm chances back out to the west. Of course, now the opposite of that is going to be the heat and humidity combination here in our neck of the woods. High pressure, sinking air. Sinking air compresses, it warms up. So that means that our temperatures will be on the up and up with a persistent south flow as well off the Gulf. That's going to push the feels like temperatures in the higher category along with the mugginess. That mugginess is going to be up there in the steamy category, especially by the weekend where feels like temperatures may crest above 105 degrees for several days on end, getting to our point of our first heat advisories potentially of the season coming up through the end of this week and into the beginning of next week. Still wanted to let you know as we head into late this evening, we could have some stronger storms to contend with. I want you to stay weather aware. We'll keep you advised during that time frame. Main time frame between 7 p.m. and 4 a.m. Still lingering shower and storm opportunities early on your Juneteenth Thursday. I think that if anything's going on with festivals and commemorations, things of the sort for Juneteenth and celebrations, I think that we are going to be better in the afternoon with a couple of spotty downpours. The morning, though, a little bit more iffy with temperatures in the upper 80s. Still steamy, though. Low 90s by Friday. The first day of summer, officially full day of summer, will be on Saturday, but summer officially begins 9:41 in the evening on Friday. Still a chance for a pop-up downpour, 10 to 20% chances there, 10% rain chances through the weekend. I mean, if you catch a downpour, consider yourself lucky through the weekend. It's going to be hot and muggy, though. Highs in the mid-90s, lows in the mid-70s. It is a recipe for some sultry, summery steam here. We'll start adding in a few more opportunities for rain as that ridge starts to build a little farther off to the east. More of that flow coming in off the Gulf. 20 to 30% rain chances as we head towards the mid portion of next week and latter portion of the week with a mixture of clouds and sunshine on a daily basis. Your typical summery fare on the way as we head into the beginning of the summer season.
Good morning. Welcome back to the Action News 5 digital desk. This is a live picture of I-40 there in Midtown. It's 240, or I-40 Midtown there at that junction. You can see in the middle portion of your screen off to the side, there is a car that's upside down. Okay, this is, again, I-40 west of Midtown Junction. And there is a car that's upside down. So as a result, you can see first responders are there shutting down one lane of traffic, again, in the heart of the morning commute there. So you probably want to avoid this area of I-40 west of Midtown near Danny Thomas Boulevard. Again, a traffic accident. It's been a rough go at it this week when it comes to the morning commute. There's always seems to be some sort of crash that has occurred, snarling traffic in some portion of Memphis area interstates, and certainly today is no different. Again, these are live pictures from our TDOT SmartWay camera there at I-40 west of the Midtown Junction near Danny Thomas Boulevard. Again, you can see those first responders putting up cones there, blocking one lane of traffic. If you can, avoid this area on your Wednesday morning. Good morning. Welcome back to the Action News 5 Digital Desk. Well, believe it or not, the summer concert series happening at the Overton Park Shell is winding down, but there's still a lot of great live music that you can be a part of. Joining me now, talking with our friend Shelby Smith over at Overton Park Shell. Shelby, still a lot going on with the Overton Park Shell and the mobile Shell on Wheels. Good morning.
Yes, this is our second to last weekend of the Orion Free Concert Series. So while we're sad that things are kind of settling down over here, there's still plenty for people to enjoy between the concerts that we have at our historic music venue and where we'll be with Shell on Wheels. We're kicking everything off on Thursday, as always. We've got a lineup of fantastic shows coming at you. On Thursday, we've got Pell, which if you like PJ Morton or Doja Cat or Tank and the Bangas, he's actually been on tour with all of those artists, bringing his kind of blend of R&B and hip hop. So we're super stoked to have him down from New Orleans. And then on Friday, we'll be headed into the weekend with Alejandro Escoveda. And he is kind of a blend of country and punk rock and roll, cowpunk, if you know it as that genre. And during that show, we'll actually be leading an activation with our friends over at Project Green Fork. We are the first Tennessee Green certified music venue, and so we'll be doing a sustainability activation showing people how to distribute their trash or to separate those things out. So we're really leading the charge with those sustainability efforts at the Overton Park Shell. Super excited about that new partnership. And then closing out the weekend for the Orion Free Concert Series over here will be Lady Couch, which Americana, grassroots country. It's a duo, and we're super stoked to have them as well. But if you can't catch us here at the historic music venue, hopefully you can catch us on the road with Shell on Wheels, where we'll be leading two different activations. We've got the Juneteenth Heritage Festival in Douglas Park. Excited. I mean, obviously, Juneteenth is a fantastic way to honor the freedom of African Americans in the city that is a powerhouse when it comes to our African American culture. And then leading into, I believe, Saturday that day as well, we'll be doing an activation over at the Museum of Science and History. It is their Laser Live series featuring Luca. So that was a lot for people to digest, but like I said, we're rocking and rolling here at the Overton Park Shell, and we're just excited for people to come and join us.
You guys always stay very busy, Shelby. There's no question about it. You got concerts at the normal venue there. You got other concerts at the mobile Shell on Wheels. It's great to see you guys so active. How was last weekend? Did the rain kind of impact your schedule a little bit?
A little bit, you know, we're at the helm of Mother Nature. It can get a little complicated over here, but luckily we have some outstanding venue partners that when they are open and available and they have staff that are equipped with our needs for not only our bands, but our patrons that want to join for the show, they open their doors to us and we are so grateful. So we were able to save one of our shows and it was fantastic. Thanks to Growlers and Mempho Presents and Diddy TV. We were able to get Eddie 9V over there very quickly as the rain was coming down. So once again, we're just thankful for the patience and the understanding from our patrons, but also these partnerships from our venue partners. They are so valuable, especially when we're at the helm of Mother Nature. It's been an abnormally wet season, but you know, we do what we can to make sure that we're able to pivot as best as we possibly can.
I'm no meteorologist, Shelby, but I understand that it's going to be a little bit drier this next few days, especially this weekend. So hopefully you guys will be A-OK with all the different events you have going on. And, I would just was wondering if there might be a great website that people can get all this information that you mentioned about all the different things you got going on.
Yeah, absolutely. You can find all of this information for the concerts here and wherever we're going to be with Shell on Wheels this season at overtonparkshell.org. But we also have a Facebook, we have an Instagram, and we send out a newsletter once a week via MailChimp. And so if you're not subscribed, you can definitely subscribe to get that information straight into your inbox so you'll know where to be and when to be there.
Perfect. And one other thing, I know this is kind of winding down the spring and summer season, but you guys crank it up again in the fall. Is that right?
Absolutely. And that fall series lineup is going to be announced July 7th. So definitely be on the look for that. And we're also in partnership with WYXR, where we'll be doing a special programming slot for people to get kind of an idea of the artists that we're bringing during the fall season. So you'll be able to tune into that via WYXR 91.7 FM and listen to the sounds of the fall season. And also reminder, we have two different Shell Yeah fundraising shows featuring Big Crit and Kingfish. And so those are also things that you can look forward to. And all of our fundraising shows empower the opportunity for free music to continue here at the Overton Park Shell. So lots to tune into, lots of information to digest. But again, overtonparkshell.org is where you can figure out all of that information and be ready for another great season of music.
Can't wait for that, Shelby Smith. Thank you so much for coming on the Digital Desk, spelling it out for all of us, all those great activities, great concerts, great events coming to Memphis and the Mid-South. We appreciate your time as always. Okay, once again, want to go back to this live picture from our T-Dot SmartWay camera. This is slow going on I-40. This is west of the Midtown Junction near Danny Thomas Boulevard. And as you can see there, the camera's pulled out. You can see more of the images of how that right lane is blocked because of first responders and this car that's on its top. It flipped over somehow. It's on its top. And so as a result, first responders are trying to make sure it's safe for the crews that are there to try to get this car removed from the area. As a result, there's only 2 lanes of traffic that you can see there, and it is slow going. Again, I-40 west of Midtown, that junction there, and this is near Danny Thomas Boulevard. We'll continue to watch it here on the Action News 5 Digital Desk. Again, this week's morning commute, there always seems to have been a tractor trailer or a car on fire, or in this case, a car upside down, snarling traffic on interstates across Memphis and the Mid-South. We'll continue to watch this closely for you on the Digital Desk. Now let's go to a live look from our High Five camera in Midtown Memphis. As you can see, sun is coming out and the clouds are dissipating. 77 degrees already at 8:43. We're back in 1 minute. Good morning. Welcome back to the Action News 5 Digital Desk. Well, we have a treat for you. I am being joined by someone who is currently in the Wicked play right now. Glinda, she plays. She's also done a number of different off-Broadway shows, national tours, TV appearances. We are talking about a superstar here. Joining me on the Action News 5 Digital Desk, actor Laura Wyaz. On the digital desk, talking about a show that's coming to the Orpheum Theater where she is going to be the main event. Laura, good morning to you. How are things?
I'm doing well. Thanks for having me. Yeah, I'm excited. Can't wait to be there.
We can't wait to have you. So first off, tell us a little bit about yourself. You have this incredible storied career here where you've, done this great magical tour here. You've been on Broadway currently, you're off Broadway, you did TV shows, all kinds of appearances. Tell us a little bit about your background, where are you from, how you got started.
Sure, yeah. I'm originally from the Hartford, Connecticut area. And I always just sort of secretly loved singing and dancing. I was sort of shy though. And in high school, I joined the chorus and I was like, oh my gosh, this is amazing. And I decided to go to college. I went to college in Winchester, Virginia at Shenandoah University. And then kind of right out of school, I started touring and I toured for a while and just kept building my resume and meeting people and doing off-Broadway shows. And it's just been a wonderful, diverse, you sort of piecemeal everything together, right? You'll do a concert. I've done symphony orchestras. I've toured with Kenny Rogers, which was amazing. I'm currently in Kimberly Akimbo touring again. I've done Broadway, off-Broadway, some film, it's all just a very crafted career, which I like. It's always different, always changing. You have to be able to adapt and pivot to certain things. So yeah, it's definitely a lifestyle for sure.
That sounds amazing. I love it. I love hearing about it. It gives all of us people who are, especially we have thousands of people who watch, aspiring actors and actresses, the hope of just, making it big. And certainly you've done this. I want to talk a little bit about what's bringing you here to Memphis at the Orpheum in downtown. Kimberly Akimbo, tell me about that story and how you got involved.
Yeah, well, first of all, I'm so excited to come to Memphis. So I saw the show only one time and I was like, it impacted me so greatly. And that's the type of work as I get older that I like to do. I mean, I'm sure, I love doing funny, fluffy things. And this is very funny, but it impacted me so greatly that I thought it was important and the message is important. And I was like, I need to be a part of this show. It's so hilarious and it's heartbreaking. And it's at the end, it's very hopeful. So it's this family in New Jersey in the 1990s before cell phones. And I played the mom, Patty, and my daughter, Kimberly, has a rare genetic disorder where she ages 4 to 5 times faster than, the average person. So in the show, she's 16, but she's played by an actress who's much older, which I also love. So she looks different, right? And she's in this new town. They had to move to Lodi, New Jersey. She doesn't quite know why. Her parents are dysfunctional. I'm sort of a narcissist, a little bit of a hypochondriac. Dad is a little wacky. She has a crazy Aunt Deborah. She's navigating all these things, going to a new school, her first crush, all while looking, not like the average teen. And it's really such a well-crafted story. It was a play first, and then they put music to it, and it's a genius show. So yeah, that's kind of had been my journey. I auditioned first for the understudy, and they were like, "Well, you're not really right for the understudy, but we'll keep you on file." And then, through a process of auditions, I ended up getting the part. So not the understudy, but the part.
That's amazing. I love hearing that. And this is going to be June 24th through 29th at the Orpheum in downtown Memphis. A lot of people may be thinking about ways to get involved in theater more often, and certainly we have some talent here all across Memphis. What would be the best advice for some of those aspiring actors and actresses out there that you'd give?
Well, I'll say this, you never know where your next job is going to come from. I got my equity card in a very strange way. I was doing a children's theater show, which, you know, obviously nobody was coming to. We were playing in cafeterias. I was playing a mouse. And then, you know, I was kind and I always, you know, try to have a positive attitude and a good work ethic. And then a year later, my friend, you know, called me up and he had done a Broadway show and he said somebody's leaving and I think you'd be great for it. And he passed my name along to the director. I didn't have an agent. And, you know, well, lo and behold, I ended up getting it. So you never know where your next job is going to come from. So I guess my point is, you know, just keep working however you can and have a good attitude and be kind to the people that you work with, because, you know, you may not be even the most talented person, but if you're great to work with, people will want to work with you. And then they'll recommend you for this thing, and then that'll snowball to the next thing. And that's kind of how these things happen. So just, you know, keep doing it no matter how big or small it is. If you love it, I think good things will happen if you stay with it.
Nice. That's great advice. I mean, hard work always pays off, and treat others the way you want to be treated, right? It's not that hard.
Yeah, it's
you know,
really not.
just-
Really not.
I mean, seriously, that's great stuff. All right, so anything else you want to say to the audience members, to the people, if they come by and they check out Kimberly Akimbo later this month, what would you tell them?
I would tell them the ice skating is real. We really ice skate. A lot of people think it's a trick. Even when I saw it on Broadway, I said, "Oh, those are little wheels," but they're not. And I didn't know until I had my costume fitting. They said, "Oh, we need to fit you for ice skates, and you have to have ice skate practice." And I was like, "What?" So we're really ice skating, first of all, which I think is just, you know, a phenomenal, you know, thing to be able to do on a Broadway stage. And yeah, just come with an open heart and ready for a good time, and maybe bring some tissues. There are some parts that will get you, but it's at the end of the
Say again.
show. It's like you just leave with
Thank
this
you.
hopeful message. You know, do the thing, call the person, say what's on your mind, take the vacation. It's a very like empowering human story. So hope you enjoy it.
Awesome. Laura Wyaz joining us on the Action News 5 Digital Desk. Congratulations on such a successful career and what you're doing. Thank you for the advice for all of those aspiring actors and actresses out there across Memphis and the Mid-South. And good luck on this tour. And Kimberly Akimbo, June 24th through the 29th at the Orpheum. We appreciate your time, Laura. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, once again, just giving you an update on what we're watching here on the T-Dot SmartWay camera at 8:53. You can see this portion of the interstate here. This is I-40 west of the Midtown Junction near Danny Thomas Boulevard, where a car has been flipped on its top there on the far right portion of your screen. You could see it there. First responders, various crews there trying to get that car out of the area, and as a result, one lane of traffic has been shut down. So as a result, there is a serious backup going down in this portion of I-40 west of the Midtown Junction. So take it slowly, or perhaps take an alternative route so you don't have to deal with some of these backups here on the interstate. Again, I-40 west Midtown Junction there near Danny Thomas Boulevard. We're going to take a short break. We're back in 60 seconds on Action News 5's Digital Desk.
Thanks for joining us here on the Action News 5 digital desk here on a Wednesday. Temperatures warming up into the upper 80s, lower 90s this afternoon. Heat and humidity will be a mainstay here in the forecast, not just today, but likely through the extended forecast. We'll add in a chance for a couple of spotty downpours from time to time. A few of those could sneak in here this morning, a few more this afternoon. I think our better chances for more widespread rain will likely come in overnight tonight into your day on Thursday, or at least the beginning part of your Thursday. If it's not the heat and humidity combination, of course, the rain chances, but the heat and humidity combination definitely is going to be high on mine. What feels like temperatures approaching 100 degrees by the end of the day. Now, as far as the big picture is concerned, we're still looking at the potential for a few stronger storms moving back into the fold as we head towards the latter portion of the day. Now, most of the day will likely be just hot and humid. But then we get into this evening, and that's when we could see some stronger storms developing. The higher potential for severe weather from St. Louis to Springfield back down towards Little Rock and to our north and west. But we do include a portion of the Mid-South in a risk for a few stronger storms late tonight into the early hours of your day on Thursday. So let's go hour by hour now with our first alert futurecast. Starting off with some clouds, mixing in with some sunshine, a few spotty downpours developing with an outflow boundary that's moving from west to east. That may kick off a few showers and storms late this morning, early afternoon hours across parts of the Mid-South. Better chances for rain and storms will begin to bubble up as we head towards the afternoon and evening hours. Of course, some of these storms that are able to flare up near this frontal boundary could become strong to severe. Our main issue being strong wind potential, but we can't rule out a brief spin up tornado. Now, understand this. Many of you will just see loud storms tonight. That's unsettling when it's 1 or 2 o'clock in the morning. I understand that. But most of you will just see loud storms. Some of you could tangle with a few stronger elements, being the strong wind action, the potential for damaging winds in some instances. That's not completely off of the table. So I don't want you to think that all storms are bad, but some of them could be a little bit rougher than others. So just something to keep in the back of your mind. I know this is, again, an overnight risk, and that kind of gets people a little bit more jazzed up. Just be prepared for that potential. Again, overnight tonight, early portions of your Thursday. Severe weather potential would likely fall apart after about 3 or 4 o'clock in the morning. Still got some rain and storms, though, to contend with early on your Thursday. As the frontal boundary works its way down towards the south, we turn towards a mixture of clouds and sunshine. Temperatures warming up into the upper 80s. Near 90 degrees, a couple spotty downpours still possible during the afternoon hours. Banks of fog could be an issue for early Friday morning, but other than that, a mixture of clouds and sunshine. We're right back in the low 90s and a chance for a pop-up downpour or two by the end of the day. Of course, stay up to date with the very latest anytime and everywhere on the Action News 5 First Alert Weather app. You can download it in the Google Play Store and the Apple App Store. We are about to go into some big-time heat, my friends, as we head towards the end of this week and into the upcoming weekend. Big ridge of high pressure developing in northern Mexico starts moving eastward. So you start to see this expanding area of red. That is that ridge that will be developing our troughing axis out to the west. So we get into a much larger blocking pattern that we have here, a very amplified pattern back out to the west. This will at least help to bring some cooler weather and maybe some rain and storm chances back out to the west. Of course, now the opposite of that is going to be the heat and humidity combination here in our neck of the woods. High pressure, sinking air. Sinking air compresses, it warms up. So that means that our temperatures will be on the up and up with a persistent south flow as well off the Gulf. That's going to push the feels like temperatures in the higher category along with the mugginess. That mugginess is going to be up there in the steamy category, especially by the weekend, where feels like temperatures may crest above 105 degrees for several days on end, getting to our point of our first heat advisories potentially of the season coming up through the end of this week and into the beginning of next week. Still wanted to let you know as we head into late this evening, we could have some stronger storms to contend with. I want you to stay weather aware. We'll keep you advised during that time frame. Main time frame between 7 p.m. and 4 a.m. Still lingering shower and storm opportunities early on your Juneteenth Thursday. I think that if anything's going on with festivals and commemorations, things of the sort for Juneteenth and celebrations, I think that we are going to be better in the afternoon with a couple of spotty downpours. The morning, though, a little bit more iffy with temperatures in the upper 80s. Still steamy, though. Low 90s by Friday. The first day of Summer, officially full day of summer, will be on Saturday, but summer officially begins 9:41 in the evening on Friday. Still a chance for a pop-up downpour, 10 to 20% chances there, 10% rain chances through the weekend. I mean, if you catch a downpour, consider yourself lucky through the weekend. It's going to be hot and muggy, though. Highs in the mid-90s, lows in the mid-70s. It is a recipe for some sultry, summery steam here. We'll start adding in a few more opportunities for rain as that ridge starts to build a little farther off to the east. More of that flow coming in off the Gulf. 20 to 30% rain chances as we head towards the mid portion of next week and latter portion of the week with a mixture of clouds and sunshine on a daily basis. Your typical summery fare on the way as we head into the beginning of the summer season.
Ashley, good morning. Can you hear me?
I can. Can you hear me?
Yes, I hear you. Great. We are about 40 seconds away, but I just wanted to say hello and thanks for turning your camera on so we could frame you out properly. Appreciate it.
Sure, no problem.
Okay, talk to you in a sec.
Great.
Okay, good morning. Welcome back to the Action News 5 Digital Desk. According to the American Cancer Society, women under 50 are getting breast cancer more and more. The rate is rising. So what can we do about this troubling trend out there? I'm joined on the Action News 5 Digital Desk by Dr. Ashley Hendricks. She is an oncologist at Regional One Hospital, joining us now on the Digital Desk. So tell me about this trend. How bad is it, Ashley? Good morning.
So, good morning. Thanks for having me. Women under the age of 40 are getting breast cancer at about 1.4% higher rate than women over the age, which is about 0.7, so almost double.
That is very alarming, and I think that there are a lot of people out there that are trying to figure out exactly why it's happening. Any idea?
Well, our most recent study from Columbia University actually looked at geography in addition to just age, which is most of our data up to this point has all been about age and where you live, but not exactly where in the country you live. What they found is there are some regional trends. If you live in the Western region or the Northeastern region, you're more likely to get breast cancer at a higher rate if you're younger. And what this really shows to us is that what we need to do is to further go into a deep dive is what's happening in those regions. This is likely something that is related to our environment in those scenarios. Is it something we're eating? Is it something we're being exposed to? Is it something in our water system? And so we need more information for that. In addition, what we do know as well is that women are having children at older ages, and we know that having children later in life increases your risk of breast cancer. We're having larger exposures to estrogen. People are drinking more alcohol, which we also know increases your risk of breast cancer.
You know, Ashley, about 10, 20 years ago, it felt like there were, along with diseases like Alzheimer's, you know, cancer was one of those things where it's like, well, you can't really predict when or how it's going to happen. But I feel like these days, you know, with various diet changes and, you know, different kind of lifestyle changes that you can help bring down that number, or at least bring down your chances of getting breast cancer. Do you feel the same way? And if so, what are some easy steps that people can do to maybe kind of minimize that risk?
I absolutely think that there are lifestyle modifications that help reduce your risk of breast cancer. Specifically, I'm a very big proponent of exercise. We know that if women can exercise at minimum 30 minutes a day, 5 days a week, so 30 minutes a day, 5 days a week, it helps reduce your risk of breast cancer by upwards of 40%. And that's a relative risk. And so it has to take in relation to your risk. But knowing those numbers, those are big numbers. And that's something simple you can do every day. That's good for your mental health. That's good for your other comorbidities, but really good for your breast cancer risk.
That's great. Okay, 30 minutes a day, 5 days a week brings down exercise brings down your risk about 40%. What about diet?
So unfortunately, there are no studies that can tell me there's the best diet to have. And that's the hardest piece is that we can't say this one diet is going to help you better than another diet. I do think that it's very important to reduce your consumption of processed foods. You do need to pay attention to your fiber intake because what we do know is that fiber helps to reduce our risk of colon cancer. And so in those situations, I think that's an important piece. Paying attention to lean meats. And helping to get on a healthy diet that helps to get you into a lower BMI. Because what we do know is that the higher BMI, the higher your total body fat content, which increases your exposure to estrogen.
I like this. This is great news you can use, as they like to say. 30 minutes a day, 5 days a week when it comes to exercise, eliminate processed foods, more fiber intake, lean meats, healthy diet. And try to bring down your overall BMI. Great stuff. Anything else you want to mention?
I think the most important thing is to listen to your body. If you know there's a change, and that's the biggest thing is the change, is make sure you understand what your body looks like, what it feels like, the symptoms it shows. And if you have a symptom that you're noticing that's new and persistent, please go get it checked. If the first person you show says, hey, don't worry about this, but you're still worried about it, please be persistent and find a provider that will listen to you.
What about when it comes to breast cancer checks or checking with your not your pediatrician, your primary care physician?
So for women who are at average risk, we recommend starting your annual mammogram screening at age 40. And so I like to highlight the term average risk, is that there are several risk models that can be performed on women to kind of give us an idea, are you at elevated risk? And elevated risk includes your family history, some lifestyle changes, as well as some things in your medical history, in addition to potential genetic mutations. And so if you fall into what we consider the elevated risk, and based on those, we can give you a tailored screening plan. Should you start at 30? Should you start at 35? Should MRI be part of your annual screening, not just mammogram, in addition to your annual clinical exam?
Great stuff. Dr. Ashley Hendricks joining us on the Action News 5 digital desk. Really appreciate the advice, the guidelines, what you've seen in your practice, and how to help others all across Memphis and the Mid-South. We appreciate your time on the digital desk. Thank you.
Thanks for having me.
Okay, another live look from our High Five camera as we go to break here. It is already warming up quickly. 77 degrees at 9:07. Let's talk about your forecast in 1 minute.
Thanks for joining us here on the Action News 5 digital desk here on a Wednesday. Temperatures warming up into the upper 80s, lower 90s this afternoon. Heat and humidity will be a mainstay here in the forecast, not just today, but likely through the extended forecast. We'll add in a chance for a couple of spotty downpours from time to time. A few of those could sneak in here this morning, a few more this afternoon. I think our better chances for more widespread rain will likely come in overnight tonight into your day on Thursday, or at least the beginning part of your Thursday. If it's not the heat, and humidity combination, of course, the rain chances, but the heat and humidity combination definitely is going to be high on mine. What feels like temperatures approaching 100 degrees by the end of the day. Now, as far as the big picture is concerned, we're still looking at the potential for a few stronger storms moving back into the fold as we head towards the latter portion of the day. Now, most of the day will likely be just hot and humid. But then we get into this evening, and that's when we could see some stronger storms developing. The higher potential for severe weather from St. Louis to Springfield back down towards Little Rock and to our north and west. But we do include a portion of the Mid-South in a risk for a few stronger storms late tonight into the early hours of your day on Thursday. So let's go hour by hour now with our first alert futurecast. Starting off with some clouds, mixing in with some sunshine, a few spotty downpours developing with an outflow boundary that's moving from west to east. That may kick off a few showers and storms late this morning, early afternoon hours across parts of the Mid-South. Better chances for rain and storms will begin to bubble up as we head towards the afternoon and evening hours. Of course, some of these storms that are able to flare up near this frontal boundary could become strong to severe. Our main issue being strong wind potential, but we can't rule out a brief spin-up tornado. Now, understand this. Many of you will just see loud storms tonight. That's unsettling when it's 1 or 2 o'clock in the morning. I understand that. But most of you will just see loud storms. Some of you could tangle with a few stronger elements, being the strong wind action, the potential for damaging winds in some instances. That's not completely off of the table. So I don't want you to think that all storms are bad, but some of them could be a little bit rougher than others. So just something to keep in the back of your mind. I know this is, again, an overnight risk, and that kind of gets people a little bit more jazzed up. Just be prepared for that potential. Again, overnight tonight, early portions of your Thursday. Severe weather potential would likely fall apart after about 3 or 4 o'clock in the morning. Still got some rain and storms, though, to contend with early on your Thursday. As the frontal boundary works its way down towards the south, we turn towards a mixture of clouds and sunshine. Temperatures warming up into the upper 80s. Near 90 degrees, a couple spotty downpours still possible during the afternoon hours. Banks of fog could be an issue for early Friday morning, but other than that, a mixture of clouds and sunshine. We're right back in the low 90s and a chance for a pop-up downpour or two by the end of the day. Of course, stay up to date with the very latest anytime and everywhere on the Action News 5 First Alert Weather app. You can download it in the Google Play Store and the Apple App Store. We are about to go into some big-time heat, my friends, as we head towards the end of this week and into the upcoming weekend. Big ridge of high pressure developing in northern Mexico starts moving eastward. So you start to see this expanding area of red. That is that ridge that will be developing our troughing axis out to the west. So we get into a much larger blocking pattern that we have here, a very amplified pattern back out to the west. This will at least help to bring some cooler weather and maybe some rain and storm chances back out to the west. Of course, now the opposite of that is going to be the heat and humidity combination here in our neck of the woods. High pressure, sinking air. Sinking air compresses, it warms up. So that means that our temperatures will be on the up and up with a persistent south flow as well off the Gulf. That's going to push the feels like temperatures in the higher category along with the mugginess. That mugginess is going to be up there in the steamy category, especially by the weekend where feels like temperatures may crest above 105 degrees for several days on end, getting to our point of our first heat advisories potentially of the season coming up through the end of this week and into the beginning of next week. Still wanted to let you know as we head into late this evening, we could have some stronger storms to contend with. Want you to stay weather aware. We'll keep you advised during that time frame. Main time frame between 7 p.m. and 4 a.m. Still lingering shower and storm opportunities early on your Juneteenth Thursday. I think that if anything's going on with festivals and commemorations, things of the sort for Juneteenth and celebrations, I think that we are going to be better in the afternoon with a couple of spotty downpours. The morning, though, a little bit more iffy with temperatures in the upper 80s. Still steamy, though. Low 90s by Friday. The first day of summer, officially full day of summer, will be on Saturday, but summer officially begins 9:41 in the evening on Friday. Still a chance for a pop-up downpour, 10 to 20% chances there, 10% rain chances through the weekend. I mean, if you catch a downpour, consider yourself lucky through the weekend. It's going to be hot and muggy, though. Highs in the mid-90s, lows in the mid-70s. It is a recipe for some sultry, summery steam here. We'll start adding in a few more opportunities for rain as that ridge starts to build a little farther off to the east. More of that flow coming in off the Gulf. 20 to 30% rain chances as we head towards the mid portion of next week and latter portion of the week with a mixture of clouds and sunshine on a daily basis. Your typical summery fare on the way as we head into the beginning of the summer season.
Good morning. Welcome back to the Action News 5 Digital Desk. I want to tell you about a free Summer Bridge Academy for Memphis middle and high school students. This is going to be a 3-week-long program where kids, middle and high school kids, can brush up and boost their academic skills, their confidence. Again, this is for rising 8th, 9th, and 10th graders in the city of Memphis. I want to bring in someone that is a part of the organization doing this. I'm joined now by Courtney Richardson. He is with the Peer Power Foundation to talk about this Bridge Summer Camp. And Courtney, good morning to you. Tell me about the program and how it's going to work.
Well, good morning. Thank you for having us on this morning. So we have a Summer Bridge program, and it's to do exactly what the name says. In the summertime, it is important for students to have an academic bridge from the end of school year to the beginning of the school year. And so we're deploying our college students who are success coaches to create a fun learning environment for young people who are uprising 8th through 10th grade students, so that when they get to the classroom, here's what I told the team. When they get to their class the first week of school, we want their teachers to say, what did you do this summer? Because you are on par, or you are mastering the content that you need to master for your grade level.
That sounds great. I love that idea. And I know there's going to be a lot of parents and teachers that love the idea as well. So how does someone get set up and sign up for this program? Where is it? All those details.
So the program is going to be at Mace High School on Poplar Avenue. We want to give a shout out to that executive director over there, Mr. Gaston, for hosting this camp. And to sign up, families and students can go to peerpowerfoundation.org. Notice I said parents and students, parents and families, because sometimes it is the students who say, I am going to Peer Powers Camp, because what we like to say is, hey, if the students don't enjoy it, or if the students don't advertise for it, and they are the target audience, then we need to do some work. But we always have students who are interested. So you can go to peerpowerfoundation.org to sign up, or any of our social media sites and sign up as well.
Okay, so take me through. Is this the first year? Take me through like what it's going to be like. It's Monday through Thursday, I understand, and it's from 9 to 3. Is it just like class? Is it something different? Explain.
So it's going to be Monday through Thursday. We're going to have level 4 and level 5 teachers providing instruction, and our highly trained and highly skilled success coaches, which are college students, are going to be there to help support or fill in the gap for those students who may need a little extra support. But this is also going to be filled with project-based learning. Our partners over at University Schools Innovative School District is a project-based learning school, and that is a practice that allows for students to do projects that are aligned with content, with curriculum, and with standards. So students are going to come away with some projects, and it's going to be fun, which is a part of Peer Power's model. You have our college students who are close in age with them, who are providing a fun learning environment. In fact, our college students are working in the month of June to create lessons and to create activities that would allow for students not just to sit in classroom and have boring lessons, but to have engaging lessons that would help them move academically. And so it's going to be fun. There will be some field trips. There are going to be incentives as well. There will also be other high school students who will be providing some support to their peers as well, which is why we are Peer Power. We believe in the power of the peer, not just the pressure that peers create. We believe that peers have the power to help peers succeed.
So this is going to be Monday through Thursday, July 7th it begins. This is right after the 4th of July weekend, July 7th through the 24th at Mace, the Memphis Academy of Science and Engineering. I understand registration closed later this month. Again, give us the details so people can sign up. We know it's already free, but give us the details again so people know where to sign up.
Okay, so registration will close later at the end of the month if it lasts that long. We are seeing much interest in this camp. But you can go to peerpowerfoundation.org to sign up for your student, or you can sign up to be a part of our Summer Bridge program. That's Monday through Thursday. It's going to be happening at Mace High School. They're on Poplar Avenue, and we look forward to serving you. If you have any questions, you can email programs@peerpowerfoundation.org, and one of my amazing team members will get with you to give you details that you need.
Courtney, one more thing. How many people are you expecting? How many students are you expecting this year?
So we are expecting about 125 students to be a part of this amazing opportunity. And from my understanding, we're well over halfway there. And that number is growing.
Okay, Courtney Richardson, the Peer Power Foundation, talking about a free Summer Bridge Academy for Memphis middle and high school students next month. Registration closes on Friday, June 27th. We appreciate your time, Courtney. Thank you for all that you're doing to help out the students this summer.
Thank you.
Good morning. Welcome back to the Action News 5 Digital Desk. We are always looking for ways to reduce our stress in our crazy busy lives. Everyone's so busy right now. We have a lot of stress, whether it's work, whether it's home, family life, who knows? We all have it. And practicing mindfulness, well, that's one way to reduce stress. On the Action News 5 Digital Desk, I'm joined right now by Allie Parker. She is a yoga instructor and a studio leader at Lifetime Fitness in Collierville. Allie, so glad you joined us here. So tell me about mindfulness, practicing mindfulness, and how it can help all of us reduce stress in our lives, because we really need to reduce that stress. Good morning.
Good morning, and isn't that an understatement? We are all so busy, so stressed, so much going on in our day-to-day lives that it's important to practice mindfulness. And mindfulness for some people immediately calls to mind this picture of meditation, and you just sort of picture like a yogi in a silent room on a cushion, canceling all their thoughts. But mindfulness is something that we can practice every day. It's as simple as being aware of the present moment, noticing your thoughts without judgment, and just carving out time in your day to be in whatever moment that you're in right then and there.
Okay, I love it. So for our audience, we have thousands of people who watch each and every morning, Allie. Let's talk about ways that people can just do this wherever they are, whether they're at work, at home, maybe waiting in the doctor's office, what have you.
Yeah, absolutely. So one of my favorite things is to pick up something that you do every day. Brushing your teeth, waiting in the school pickup line, something that you're going to do on a recurring basis, and let that be your reminder to practice mindfulness. And mindfulness is as simple as stopping, taking a breath, observing, noticing what's going on, and then proceeding, moving forward with more awareness of the present moment. So one of my favorite things to do is just when I'm sitting at my desk at work is take a moment, kind of drop what I'm doing, notice how my feet feel in my shoes, notice the temperature of the air on my skin, take a moment and take a few deep breaths. Notice how my breath feels traveling in through my nose and how it feels leaving my body. And then just doing a full body scan and noticing what changed after practicing a few moments of mindfulness and awareness.
I like that. It seems pretty simple. And tell me about how doing that for a few minutes each and every day, how that can reduce stress.
Yeah, absolutely, Andrew. There are so many studies out there and more coming out each and every day that talk about how mindfulness can actually rewire our brains. So there's a study from the National Institute of Health that shows that practicing mindfulness and meditation can actually help with the areas of our mind that are responsible for processing emotions and retaining memory. So there are some really proven benefits to taking this time, carving it out in your day. It's also been noted in various studies that practicing mindfulness for as few as 5 minutes a day can help reduce perceived stress by 40%, which is a pretty staggering statistic. I would take a 40% reduction in stress any day. So definitely super simple to take 5 minutes of your day. And fortunately, there are so many resources nowadays to practice, especially with May being Mental Health Awareness Month. There are so many platforms that are offering ways to practice meditation, one of which is the Lifetime Digital app. It's free to members and non-members. I just did mine this morning. I love to do it when I'm waiting for school pickup line. It's a great one to just plug in during your day. And like I said, it's just 5 minutes. Some of them are moving meditations where we're getting you moving with your breath. Some are more still where you can practice them seated in a waiting room, like you mentioned, and you're just noticing your breath work and tapping into your physical body. So lots of different variations that you can take. Also, some of my favorites are walking meditations. I know the weather's finally getting nice enough to get back outside and walk. So put on a walking meditation from the Lifetime Digital app next time you go and let me know how it goes.
I love everything that you're saying. It sounds fantastic. It sounds great. What about meditation? A lot of people might be intimidated to try it. They think, oh, well, I can't sit still for more than a minute without like thinking about everything, and my mind freaks out and it's going a million miles an hour. How do we get to the point where we can practice meditation, Allie?
Yeah, and honestly, the people who are having a mile-a-minute thoughts or feel like I'm not a good candidate for meditation because I can't sit still, you're the perfect candidate for meditation. So meditation is a practice of noticing. I always tell my students, it's not the absence of thought, it's noticing the thought. So a great analogy that I had a teacher once explain to me is imagine sitting sort of behind a waterfall and let your thoughts just be the water that falls right in front of you. So you're noticing them, you're seeing them, but you're not attaching yourselves to them. Or if you are, you just sort of label it like, okay, I just thought about my grocery list. Let's bring it back to where I am right now. And one of the easiest ways to bring yourself back to the present moment is taking a deep, slow, intentional breath and just saying to yourself, inhale, exhale. And repeating that a few times. And again, it's so natural for all of us when we're practicing meditation, even those of us who practice daily, to have moments where our mind wanders. It's important to give ourselves grace and practice without judgment so that we can call ourselves back to the present moment and say, okay, I went and thought about what I have to do later today. Let me call myself back to where I am right now with my breath. Inhale through my nose, exhale slowly through my mouth, something like that. We can bring you right back. And it's easy to just take a moment, label the thought, and move forward.
I love the waterfall. That allegory sounds great. I mean, it's a great analogy, and I'm going to try that after we're done here.
Amazing, love it.
Yes, absolutely. Final thoughts. I mean, is there a place where people can go online and maybe kind of learn more about this, practicing meditation, mindfulness, reducing stress through these kind of different techniques?
Absolutely. As I previously mentioned, the Lifetime Digital app is totally free to members and non-members. So if you're not a member of Lifetime, don't feel like you still can't download that app from the App Store, log in, and then within there, we have a challenge going on during May. It's to practice meditation every day, and it's literally just 5 minutes. So once you log into the app, one of the first things that you'll see is that practice for mindfulness. I would encourage you guys to drill into that, check it out. And beyond May, this will be available, again, free to members and non-members for you to check it out. They've got various different types and lengths of meditation. So once you get more comfortable with 5 minutes, you might bump up to 10 minutes on a day that you have a little bit more time and see how your mind reacts to a little bit more space and intentionality in those times. We also have classes here during the month of May at Lifetime. So if you're interested in trying out a class, all of our instructors are incorporating 5 minutes of mindfulness at the end of class. So if you want to just kind of get your toes wet, see what it's about, see like, can I really do it? A great way to practice is first of all, to get out of your mind and into your body by doing some physical exercise, coming to a class, and then we'll wrap up the class with 5 minutes of intentional meditation or mindfulness. And I think that you'll find it's a lot less daunting than you think it is.
Allie Parker, Lifetime Fitness yoga studio leader in Collierville. Thank you so much. This was excellent. Lots of information, chock full there. We appreciate your time on the Digital Desk. Thank you. Mario, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Okay, great. It's Andrew Douglas here in Memphis. We've got about 40 seconds until we come to you. Just wanted to say hello.
Okay, excuse me. Thank you. So we're in Memphis. We're live. What's the name again?
My name is Andrew.
Andrew. Good to meet you, Andrew. Thanks for having me.
Likewise, Mario. Okay, talk to you in a sec.
Okay.
Okay, good morning. Welcome back to the Action News 5 Digital Desk. The summer is upon us. It's a perfect time to perhaps upgrade yourself. You got lots of fun in the sun. You and the family going to be doing all kinds of fun things together at home, perhaps away on vacation. Well, let's talk about what you can do to really upgrade yourself and your family's fun. I'm joined on the Action News 5 Digital Desk by digital lifestyle expert Mario Armstrong. And Mario, looks like you're surrounded with all kinds of stuff there. Good morning.
Good morning, Andrew. Good morning, Memphis. Thanks so much for having me on. And you're right, I'm ready to help you all. I partnered up with some great brands to help you make the most of your summer.
All right, let's hear it.
All right, so let's jump right into it. This is the new Kindle Colorsoft SE. Now, this is perfect for summer reading anytime, anywhere. By the way, Andrew, this is the first Kindle with a soft color display. It's a perfect way to disconnect, too, because there are no pop-ups, no apps, no messages. And it's got this auto-adjusting front light. That means you can read it in any light, whether it's dark or light. Up to 8 weeks on a single charge, and it's waterproof. So you can bring this to the beach, the pool, or the bathtub and not worry about it. And then if you want to take Wi-Fi outside this summer, like get out of the house, use the Eero Outdoor 7. Now, this is built for extreme weather, delivers lightning-fast Wi-Fi 7 speeds. You put this outside to deliver Wi-Fi up to 15,000 square feet. So you can stream your favorite sports, play DJ at the summer pool parties, or extend coverage to those security cameras. And it installs in minutes on just about any outdoor surface, and it connects everything so that your backyard stays fully teched out. So those are a couple cool devices. If you're looking for something for the kids love Stitch, so they'll go crazy for the Amazon Fire HD 10 Kids Pro tablet. This is the Disney Stitch Special Edition, which is available now for pre-order just in time for Stitch Day on June 26. It's perfect for the young ones, like 6 to 12. It's got a protective case on there, Amazon Kids Plus for games, books, and shows, customizable parental controls, a 13-hour battery life, so it's perfect for road trips and summer travel. So we're just getting warmed up. How are we doing so far, Andrew?
We're doing okay. I mean, that's some good stuff right there, Mario. What else you got?
Okay, so let's head over to Lego. Lego with the City F1 Garage and Mercedes AMG and Alpine car set. Everybody's talking F1. This is a lot of fun. It's an immersive garage and workshop play set. It features launch bays, it's got realistic tools, 2 iconic Formula One race cars, 678 pieces, a winner's trophy. It's a lot of fun. It's also foldable, and it includes a built-in carry handle, so kids 7 and up can take this with them anywhere. So that's going to be great and a lot of fun for them to build this summer. And if you're looking to have a better entertainment experience, maybe for your sports or your movies and favorite series, then you want to get the Roku 2025 Plus Series TV. This has new premium features. It's got mini LED backlighting, QLED color, Smart Picture Max. All that stuff means you'll enjoy deeper blacks, lifelike contrast, better image quality, and it's got better audio. It has a built-in subwoofer. And if you want to upgrade any screen in your home, my last thing is the Roku Streaming Stick Plus. This fits neatly behind your TV, uses one remote, and gives you access to 500 plus free live TV channels. Plus, you get 4K and HDR streaming on America's #1 TV platform with Roku. So these are a lot of different ideas for your summer. I hope there's something on the list for somebody.
All right, Mario Armstrong joining us on the Action News 5 Digital Desk. Ways to upgrade our summer. Appreciate it, Mario. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Andrew. Appreciate it. Go to inthenews.tv. We got the details for you there. Have a great summer, my friend.
Okay, you do the same. Thank you. Another live look from our High Five camera as you take a step outside. Already 79 degrees, not even 10 o'clock yet. 9:35 is the time. Let's talk about your forecast in 1 minute.
Thanks for joining us here on the Action News 5 digital desk here on a Wednesday. Temperatures warming up into the upper 80s, lower 90s this afternoon. Heat and humidity will be a mainstay here in the forecast, not just today, but likely through the extended forecast. We'll add in a chance for a couple of spotty downpours from time to time. A few of those could sneak in here this morning, a few more this afternoon. I think our better chances for more widespread rain will likely come in overnight tonight into your day on Thursday, or at least the beginning part of your Thursday. If it's not the heat and humidity combination, of course, the rain chances, but the heat and humidity combination definitely is going to be high on mine. What feels like temperatures approaching 100 degrees by the end of the day. Now, as far as the big picture is concerned, we're still looking at the potential for a few stronger storms moving back into the fold as we head towards the latter portion of the day. Now, most of the day will likely be just hot and humid. But then we get into this evening, and that's when we could see some stronger storms developing. The higher potential for severe weather from St. Louis to Springfield back down towards Little Rock and to our north and west. But we do include a portion of the Mid-South in a risk for a few stronger storms late tonight into the early hours of your day on Thursday. So let's go hour by hour now with our First Alert Futurecast. Starting off with some clouds, mixing in with some sunshine, a few spotty downpours developing with an outflow boundary that's moving from west to east. That may kick off a few showers and storms late this morning, early afternoon hours across parts of the Mid-South. Better chances for rain and storms will begin to bubble up as we head towards the afternoon and evening hours. Of course, some of these storms that are able to flare up near this frontal boundary could become strong to severe. Our main issue being strong wind potential, but we can't rule out a brief spin-up tornado. Now, understand this. Many of you will just see loud storms tonight. That's unsettling when it's 1 or 2 o'clock in the morning. I understand that. But most of you will just see loud storms. Some of you could tangle with a few stronger elements, being the strong wind action, the potential for damaging winds in some instances. That's not completely off of the table. So I don't want you to think that all storms are bad, but some of them could be a little bit rougher than others. So just something to keep in the back of your mind. I know this is, again, an overnight risk, and that kind of gets people a little bit more jazzed up. Just be prepared for that potential. Again, overnight tonight, early portions of your Thursday. Severe weather potential would likely fall apart after about 3 or 4 o'clock in the morning. Still got some rain and storms, though, to contend with early on your Thursday. As the frontal boundary works its way down towards the south, we turn towards a mixture of clouds and sunshine. Temperatures warming up into the upper 80s. Near 90 degrees. A couple spotty downpours still possible during the afternoon hours. Banks of fog could be an issue for early Friday morning, but other than that, a mixture of clouds and sunshine. We're right back in the low 90s, and a chance for a pop-up downpour or two by the end of the day. Of course, stay up to date with the very latest anytime and everywhere on the Action News 5 First Alert Weather app. You can download it in the Google Play Store and the Apple App Store. We are about to go into some big-time heat, my friends, as we head towards the end of this week and into the upcoming weekend. Big ridge of high pressure developing in northern Mexico starts moving eastward. So you start to see this expanding area of red. That is that ridge that will be developing our troughing axis out to the west. So we get into a much larger blocking pattern that we have here, a very amplified pattern back out to the west. This will at least help to bring some cooler weather and maybe some rain and storm chances back out to the west. Of course, now The opposite of that is going to be the heat and humidity combination here in our neck of the woods. High pressure, sinking air. Sinking air compresses, it warms up. So that means that our temperatures will be on the up and up with a persistent south flow as well off the Gulf. That's going to push the feels like temperatures in the higher category along with the mugginess. That mugginess is going to be up there in the steamy category, especially by the weekend, where feels like temperatures may crest above 105 degrees for several days on end, getting to our point of our first heat advisories potentially of the season coming up through the end of this week and into the beginning of next week. Still wanted to let you know, as we head into late this evening, we could have some stronger storms to contend with. Want you to stay weather aware. We'll keep you advised during that time frame. Main time frame between 7 p.m. and 4 a.m. Still lingering shower and storm opportunities early on your Juneteenth Thursday. I think that if anything's going on with festivals and commemorations, things of the sort for Juneteenth and celebrations, I think that we are going to be better in the afternoon with a couple of spotty downpours. The morning, though, a little bit more iffy with temperatures in the upper 80s. Still steamy, though. Low 90s by Friday. The first day of summer, officially full day of summer, will be on Saturday, but summer officially begins 9:41 in the evening on Friday. Still a chance for a pop-up downpour, 10 to 20% chances there, 10% rain chances through the weekend. I mean, if you catch a downpour, consider yourself lucky through the weekend. It's going to be hot and muggy, though. Highs in the mid-90s, lows in the mid-70s. It is a recipe for some sultry, summery steam here. We'll start adding in a few more opportunities for rain as that ridge starts to build a little farther off to the east. More of that flow coming in off the Gulf. 20 to 30% rain chances as we head towards the mid portion of next week and latter portion of the week with a mixture of clouds and sunshine on a daily basis. Your typical summery fare on the way as we head into the beginning of the summer season.
All right, we're going to switch gears here and talk a little bit about the state of Arkansas. You know, more and more people are realizing, I certainly realize this here in Memphis in the Mid-South, that where you live affects how you live. You know, you could be living in the most beautiful place in the world, but if you don't feel good about it and you don't really kind of mesh with where you are, it's not going to feel good. It's not going to be the most beautiful place in the world. But if you embrace it and you enjoy it, no matter where you are, you're going to enjoy where you live. And it feels like mind over matter a little bit. On the Action News 5 digital desk, I am joined now, happy to be joined by actress Dawn Olivieri. And anyone who has watched Yellowstone, she is no stranger to you, but she has a great little story here because she relocated from California to Arkansas. She found not only a slower pace, but a stronger purpose. So, Dawn, good morning to you. Tell me more about your move and how you are reflecting on that move this morning.
Well, good morning to you. Thank you for having me. I love that you say slower pace. I brought all the action with me. I thought I did come for nature, right? That's what I showed up in seeking of, but I brought the whole world with me. And Arkansas does something for the soul out here. And I came to be as close to as much wildness as I could stomach. And what it ended up doing for me was it created Moon Mountain Sanctuary and Rescue, which is my wild Mustang rescue here in Arkansas. But on a soul level, I was able to put the mirror down, right? In LA, I call it the land of mirrors. But when you come out here and you're in direct conversation with the natural world, there's no place for the mirror. It becomes cumbersome, and it's a false sense of who you are. So you start meeting people from the inside, and it actually also affected my acting, which I think was a really interesting side effect. It made me a stronger actress because I was no longer living on the surface of things. I'm going to assume you're still there. So maybe we just can't
can you
hear
not
you right
hear me,
now.
Dawn?
Oh, now. Yeah, well,
You
I'll
can hear
keep
me now?
talking. I don't mind. I was trying to give you
No.
some space. Yeah.
So what I was saying was, like, there's no question that nature has a healing effect. Whether you're out in nature for a minute, a weekend, what have you, it heals all of us. And so it's so great to hear your story. Tell me where you live in Arkansas and what that healing process has been like for you.
Well, the Moon Mountain is situated in Mena, Arkansas. It's about as far out as you can get in Arkansas. It's sort of 3 hours from any major airport, which creates a very pristine environment out here, very conducive to bringing 100 wild horses to your house. But we live on the edge of a national forest, and that was one of my prerequisites. Was I wanted land on a national forest. And what's very unique about Mena is it is almost a peninsula surrounded by national forests. And that's a very unique organization of a city is you know, in my is what I thought. And what I know to be true with how that works is that you end up attracting a lot of outdoor enthusiasts. And little did I know, Arkansas had a lot going on in that department. You could even argue it's up there for the recreational capital of the world, just by nature of how it is constructed here. You have hiking, you have mountain biking, tubing, kayaking, horseback riding, side-by-side off-roading. I mean, the list just continues. And I couldn't believe I didn't know anything about Arkansas before. It was never on my map of places to visit. And when I moved here, I thought, well, this is a story that needs to be told. So I take initiative a lot of times. If you don't know much about me, that's definitely something I got in spades. And I said, you know, I went to Arkansas, like, and I said, can I tell your story from my perspective? Because that's as authentic as I could get. And I made a docuseries, and I call it My Natural State, because the slogan is the natural state for Arkansas. So I wanted to show the beauty of Arkansas, but at the same time show the spiritual journey of a person learning to connect with a deeper level of themselves through that travel, through the natural wonders of Arkansas. And that's what I did, and that's what this story is about.
Well, fantastic, Dawn. I love hearing it. You know, we are in Memphis, so we're right there on the border of Arkansas. Been to the Ozarks plenty of times. It's gorgeous. And certainly some other areas, Mountain Home, Mountain Brook. It's just a gorgeous state. There's no question about it. Anything else you want to share with our audience? We actually broadcast into parts of Arkansas, North Mississippi, and West Tennessee.
Well, I think there's a lot of people out there that have this in their heart, that they're trying to be in a big city so they can make enough money to move and have the life they want, get a few acres and have animals and have their little homestead. My advice is to just go now. You know, don't let fear keep you stuck, because I did it. I didn't have the partner that I thought I would have. I didn't have the money that I thought I would have, but I still did it. And the thing is when you choose what's coming from your heart, what it's saying to you, it all comes with you. It's like the reward for listening to that little voice. And if you're still not sure, Arkansas has this great website. It's arkansas.com/relocation. And you can actually they have this relocation calculator, and you can calculate your cost of living comparison from where you live currently to where you could move in Arkansas. And if that doesn't seal the deal, then go and look at all the pictures of Arkansas, or come to my Instagram, Dawn Olivieri. If you don't know how to spell my name, just type in Yellowstone into a Google search. It'll pop up. and come and see what we're doing here at Moon Mountain Sanctuary and Rescue and all the horses that we're helping. Come volunteer, and then we can kind of guide you to the thousands of waterfalls you can visit, where you can go find a diamond, and then you can just fund your entire move. It's like, it's that easy. Or you could just go tubing and contemplate your existence. Arkansas literally has it all.
Before we let you go, anything that you want to share with some Yellowstone fans out there? I know that we have plenty of them. What was the most satisfying aspect of being a part of this series?
Well, you know, Wes Bentley is actually from Arkansas. Isn't that funny? He was born in Arkansas. So we had a lot of Arkansas conversations to talk together in between, you know, conniving and our takedown of the Yellowstone dynasty. But what a great show. What an anomaly. What an incredible beacon for people. I think even that show did some of this, right? It's like when you watch that world, you want that world for yourself. People started wearing cowboy hats and cowboy boots. Now they're like, maybe we want a horse, right? Good. Come and get one from Moon Mountain, and then I'll teach you how to be a real cowboy. I dare you.
All right, Dawn Olivieri on the digital desk. Thank you so much for your time. We appreciate it, and enjoy yourself in nature. Good morning. Welcome back to the Action News 5 digital desk. There are so many opportunities to go walk your dog, whether it's in a neighborhood, around your home, at dog parks. Now that it's spring and it's warming up, it feels amazing outside, and it's the perfect time to walk your dog. The problem is when you see these kinds of things and you have your dog going to different areas, being social along with you, respiratory diseases increase as well. And that's why it's so important for pet owners to take proactive steps to keep their pets healthy during this time of year. Let's bring in someone to talk more about this topic. I'm joined now by Dr. Natalie Marks. She's with Merck Animal Health, joining us on the digital desk. Dr. Natalie Marks, good morning to you. Let's talk about what are some key things that pet owners should be mindful of so they can keep their dogs healthy and protected. Good morning.
Good morning. Thanks for having me. Well, respiratory disease season, as you mentioned, is ramping up for dogs, and we see that peaking between Memorial Day and Labor Day and spiking in July. That might surprise a lot of dog owners out there because for humans, of course, we think of respiratory disease really ramping in the fall and winter. That's why now is the perfect time to talk to your veterinarian about your dog's risk and vaccination options so we can keep them safe and protected from diseases like canine influenza, canine parainfluenza, and Bordetella bronchoseptica. And these are common respiratory illnesses that are transmitted dog to dog or through contaminated surfaces like toys, leashes, and water bowls, or even from secretions from other dogs coughing and sneezing. And we see them easily spread at daycares and kennels, but as you mentioned, just outside on neighborhood walks. So if you're planning travel for the spring break or summer and contemplating boarding your dog, or you're just getting outside more because it's finally getting nicer, so important to talk to your veterinarian about having your dog vaccinated to avoid the spread of these diseases.
So tell me about some of the symptoms with these diseases. There's several you just mentioned. Can you just talk about some of the symptoms and ways to safeguard your dog with these diseases?
Yeah, absolutely. So the big three I mentioned, canine influenza, which is dog flu, canine parainfluenza, Bordetella bronchoseptica. The good news is most of the time these diseases are mild. So we can see things like cough, runny nose, fever, lethargy, or loss of appetite. But that persistent cough is really uncomfortable for your dog. And in severe cases, some of these diseases can progress to pneumonia, which can be life-threatening.
That sounds terrible. So let's talk about where we can get some some of the best advice to kind of safeguard and let all those pet owners know, hey, look, this is what you need to do in order to protect your dog?
Yeah, pet parents ask me all the time, how can I protect my dog as much as possible from respiratory disease? The answer is always prevention through vaccination. And 2 preventative vaccinations from Merck Animal Health that I love and strongly recommend are the Novivac Intratrac Oral BBPI and the Novivac Next Canine Flu H3N2. Let me tell you a little bit about both. So the oral BBPI has 2 components, BB, Bordetella bronchoseptica, and PI, the canine parainfluenza. These are the 2 most causative agents of a syndrome most dog owners have heard about, which is kennel cough. And I love this vaccine because it's super comfortable. It's administered orally through an immunomister applicator, and it just allows us to gently mist the back of your dog's throat or mouth. And the nice thing about this, it's a stress-free experience and it's can't miss coverage. The other is the canine flu vaccine, the Next Canine Flu H3N2. And this vaccine is low volume, preservative free. It optimizes protection for your dog against the most common canine influenza virus out there, which is H3N2, without compromising comfort or safety.
Natalie, where can we get more information about this? Is there a place online?
Absolutely. So if you want to learn more about the Novivac Intratrac Oral BBPI or the Novivac Next Canine Flu H3N2 or just vaccination options in general for your dog, visit merckanimalhealth.com. And don't forget, please visit your veterinarian and talk about your dog's individual risk and vaccination options so we can keep them as protected as possible this season.
Okay, Dr. Natalie Marks with Merck Animal Health. We appreciate your time on the digital desk. Very valuable information for so many people out there. Thank you.
Thanks for joining us here on the Action News 5 digital desk here on a Wednesday. Temperatures warming up into the upper 80s, lower 90s this afternoon. Heat and humidity will be a mainstay here in the forecast, not just today, but likely through the extended forecast. We'll add in a chance for a couple of spotty downpours from time to time. A few of those could sneak in here this morning, a few more this afternoon. I think our better chances for more widespread rain will likely come in overnight tonight into your day on Thursday, or at least the beginning part of your Thursday. If it's not the heat and humidity combination, of course, the rain chances, but the heat and humidity combination definitely is going to be high on mine. What feels like temperatures approaching 100 degrees by the end of the day. Now, as far as the big picture is concerned, we're still looking at the potential for a few stronger storms moving back into the fold as we head towards the latter portion of the day. Now, most of the day will likely be just hot and humid. But then we get into this evening, and that's when we could see some stronger storms developing. The higher potential for severe weather from St. Louis to Springfield back down towards Little Rock and to our north and west. But we do include a portion of the Mid-South in a risk for a few stronger storms late tonight into the early hours of your day on Thursday. So let's go hour by hour now with our first alert futurecast. Starting off with some clouds, mixing in with some sunshine, a few spotty downpours developing with an outflow boundary that's moving from west to east. That may kick off a few showers and storms late this morning, early afternoon hours across parts of the Mid-South. Better chances for rain and storms will begin to bubble up as we head towards the afternoon and evening hours. Of course, some of these storms that are able to flare up near this frontal boundary could become strong to severe. Our main issue being strong wind potential, but we can't rule out a brief spin up tornado. Now, understand this. Many of you will just see loud storms tonight. That's unsettling when it's 1 or 2 o'clock in the morning. I understand that. But most of you will just see loud storms. Some of you could tangle with a few stronger elements, being the strong wind action, the potential for damaging winds in some instances. That's not completely off of the table. So I don't want you to think that all storms are bad, but some of them could be a little bit rougher than others. So just something to keep in the back of your mind. I know this is, again, an overnight risk, and that kind of gets people a little bit more jazzed up. Just be prepared for that potential. Again, overnight tonight, early portions of your Thursday. Severe weather potential would likely fall apart after about 3 or 4 o'clock in the morning. Still got some rain and storms, though, to contend with early on your Thursday. As the frontal boundary works its way down towards the south, we turn towards a mixture of clouds and sunshine. Temperatures warming up into the upper 80s. Near 90 degrees, a couple spotty downpours still possible during the afternoon hours. Banks of fog could be an issue for early Friday morning, but other than that, a mixture of clouds and sunshine. We're right back in the low 90s and a chance for a pop-up downpour or two by the end of the day. Of course, stay up to date with the very latest anytime and everywhere on the Action News 5 First Alert Weather app. You can download it in the Google Play Store and the Apple App Store. We are about to go into some big-time heat, my friends, as we head towards the end of this week and into the upcoming weekend. Big ridge of high pressure developing in northern Mexico starts moving eastward. So you start to see this expanding area of red. That is that ridge that will be developing our troughing axis out to the west. So we get into a much larger blocking pattern that we have here, a very amplified pattern back out to the west. This will at least help to bring some cooler weather and maybe some rain and storm chances back out to the west. Of course, now the opposite of that is going to be the heat and humidity combination here in our neck of the woods. High pressure, sinking air. Sinking air compresses, it warms up. So that means that our temperatures will be on the up and up with a persistent south flow as well off the Gulf. That's going to push the feels like temperatures in the higher category along with the mugginess. That mugginess is going to be up there in the steamy category, especially by the weekend, where feels like temperatures may crest above 105 degrees for several days on end, getting to our point of our first heat advisories potentially of the season coming up through the end of this week and into the beginning of next week. Still wanting to let you know as we head into late this evening, we could have some stronger storms to contend with. Want you to stay weather aware. We'll keep you advised during that time frame. Main time frame between 7 p.m. and 4 a.m. Still lingering shower and storm opportunities early on your Juneteenth Thursday. I think that if anything's going on with festivals and commemorations, things of the sort for Juneteenth and celebrations, I think that we are going to be better in the afternoon with a couple of spotty downpours. The morning, though, a little bit more iffy with temperatures in the upper 80s. Still steamy, though. Low 90s by Friday. The first day of summer, officially full day of summer, will be on Saturday, but summer officially begins 9:41 in the evening on Friday. Still a chance for a pop-up downpour, 10 to 20% chances there, 10% rain chances through the weekend. I mean, if you catch a downpour, consider yourself lucky through the weekend. It's going to be hot and muggy, though. Highs in the mid-90s, lows in the mid-70s. It is a recipe for some sultry, summery steam here. We'll start adding in a few more opportunities for rain as that ridge starts to build a little farther off to the east. More of that flow coming in off the Gulf. 20 to 30% rain chances as we head towards the mid portion of next week and latter portion of the week with a mixture of clouds and sunshine on a daily basis. Your typical summery fare on the way as we head into the beginning of the summer season.
Mayor Dwayne Cole, can you hear me?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes, yes, absolutely. Fantastic. Megan, always great to see you. How's it going?
Hi. Everything's great.
Good, good. Okay, we are about 30 seconds away. Just wanted to say hello. We'll talk to you in a few minutes. Actually, a few seconds.
Okay.
Perfect.
Do we need to worry about any feedback from the live, or are we good?
No, it sounds good. You guys are good.
Okay.
Perfect. Thanks.
Good morning. Welcome back to the Action News 5 Digital Desk. I want to show you this. This is a brand new area of Mumford. This is an amphitheater. It's part of an amazing Veterans Plaza in downtown Mumford. It was funded through a grant several years ago, and they are having their first concert this Sunday, first performance at the amphitheater in the brand new Veterans Plaza in Mumford, Tennessee. It's something that has been a long time coming, certainly, for Mumford. It's certainly its residents and some of the city leaders there. I'm joined on the Action News 5 Digital Desk by the mayor of Mumford, Dwayne Cole, joining me now. So, Mayor Cole, thanks for joining us on the Digital Desk. Tell me what this means to have this Veterans Plaza and this amphitheater, this concert happening this weekend, this Sunday, in the city of Mumford. Good morning.
Good morning. It is a terrific time, a culmination of a lot of effort from a lot of people, and we are very pleased to present our first concert this weekend, Sunday night at 5:30, featuring several music groups from 3 churches in the general area.
And we are showing some pictures here, some video of this facility here in downtown Munford. This is the Veterans Plaza, the amphitheater. It's all brand new. Tell me a little bit about the backstory of all this for our viewers. I mean, this is a long time coming, is it not?
Yes, sir. From the beginning, about 2018, we had an opportunity to acquire the property that this is this site, and from First Citizens National Bank. They're a great corporate partner with us, and this is funded through local Parks and Recreation grant. Thankful for that opportunity. And it took about 7 years, and my joke is from conception to completion, it takes about 7 years to get a project completed. So, but it was not only funded by government, but also by local government, and First Citizens National Bank helped us to acquire the property.
Fantastic. Okay, so tell me more about what this means for the residents of Munford, as there have been much discussion about this, and you got the first concert happening this Sunday, a number of different religious groups, right? Tell me more about that concert too.
Yes, sir. I believe that the general buzz of the downtown development of the plaza is very positive. We are all looking forward to this Sunday night. It was my desire to have the first concert to be a night of praise and worship. Munford was originally named Mount Zion, and so from the very beginning, Mount Zion Methodist Church was the center of community life. So I just wanted to reemphasize, obviously we want to recognize our veterans, and also the great emphasis that the church had in community life from the very beginning.
So if people want to attend this Sunday, do they need to register? Do they just show up? How does it all work?
Just show up. We'll be ready to receive everyone. It's going to be a great day. We've got some food trucks lined up because the weather is going to be beautiful, as you referenced here in your previous segment. We're looking forward to a great night, and praise and worship is center of town.
Excellent. Anything else you want to mention, perhaps, Mayor, future projects or future events that's going to be happening at Veterans Plaza or the amphitheater?
Yes, sir. On July the 3rd, we will be having what we call Celebrate Independence, and the pre-fireworks concert will be performed by a band called Almost Famous. I think they're locally very, very famous and have a great following. We look forward to that being one of the greatest events that we've had in a long time. We are going to be having concerts in the fall and activities throughout the year. Throughout June and July, we have farmers market, artisans market every Saturday. From 8 a.m. to noon. So we look forward to this being a focal point, a meeting point, a gathering point for all of our citizens and the surrounding area.
Okay, all right. Well, listen, Mayor, we really appreciate your time here on the Action News 5 Digital Desk. Dwayne Cole joining us. Congratulations on getting Veterans Plaza and this brand new amphitheater, that whole new space up and ready for Munford residents and other residents all across the Mid-South. We appreciate you coming on and letting us know, and have a great time this weekend.
Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you. Another live look from our High Five camera in downtown Memphis as we go to break here. Already 80 degrees at 10:08. We're back in 1 minute.
Well,
hey guys, nice job.
Not as good as I used to be, I can tell you.
Thank you.
Yes, that worked out great. So
it was good to see you again.
Yes, Megan, absolutely. Always great to see you. You guys need to come by, of course, check things out here.
We will. We'll work it out. Do you know if will you cut this and upload it to the website, or you're not sure?
Yes, it'll be on our website later today. And
Okay.
Yeah, we have a whole section, Digital Desk. It should be there.
Okay. Yeah, I wasn't sure if everything made it there or not. Okay. Have a great rest of the morning, and thanks you guys so much.
You got it. You guys take care.
Thank you.
See ya. Good morning. Welcome back to the Action News 5 Digital Desk. We always love celebrating Memphians that are doing amazing things everywhere and on the national stage, on a regional stage, international stage, what have you. And joining me on the Action News 5 Digital Desk, I am joined by Dr. Martin McCain. He is a faculty member from the Rudy E. Scheidt School of Music at the University of Memphis. Go Tigers go, by the way. And he is a trombonist on the Disney soundtrack for the Lilo and Stitch remake that's out in theaters right now. Martin, great to meet you. So first off, tell me a little bit about yourself. Good morning.
Good morning. Thank you so much for having me. So I'm a musician. As you said, I teach University of Memphis. I grew up in Memphis in Whitehaven. And outside of teaching college students, I'm a member of the Count Basie Orchestra. If you go to the musicals at the Orpheum, the trombonist of the Orpheum Theater. And so I get to perform in a lot of different genres and get to teach wonderful next generation of musicians.
So tell me about getting this opportunity. How does it come about where, you have this remake? It's a big movie. It was a big, I think it was a big TV show back in the day. It is now in theaters, and you're a trombonist. You're on the soundtrack. How does that all happen?
Well, it's a funny thing. Like when you're a recording artist and you're a studio musician, sometimes you show up to the recording studio and you have no idea who you're recording for. And that was the same situation here with Royal Studio. We were told that Bruno Mars was going to have a part of this project, but we had no idea it was for a Disney film. And so we went into the studio, we recorded Burning Love, and really did not know what it was going to come of. And then I didn't find out until a month later when I received the check. I just did a little bit of research and I saw that this was going to be a part of the new Disney movie. So that's an interesting story how I found out.
That's fantastic, and I'm sure it was nice to see the check and everything associated with that. So so tell me, if people go and see this movie in the theaters, are they going to be able to know which song? And you're a trombonist, so how are they going to be able to pick you out, or at least the song that you're a part of? How about that?
Yeah, so one great thing that this movie is doing, from even the original that came out in 2002, there's a lot of Elvis music in this movie, which is, very iconic with Memphis. But the one track that we recorded at Royal Studio is Burning Love, which is towards the end of the movie. And so, yeah, this is a really nice one because actually Bruno Mars' nephews are singing this, and then we are the horn section in the background.
Fantastic. That is awesome. So, so tell me about people's reaction, family members, friends, to you being on this soundtrack and Burning Love, as you mentioned. I mean, Elvis Presley, here we go.
Absolutely. Well, especially in my family, a lot of my family members are huge Disney fans, and my sister goes to Disney World at least 3 times a year. It's so everybody was extremely excited. I've been on a few different soundtracks before, but never Disney. So that's definitely a special thing for me.
I would think so. I would think so. So tell me what you do at the University of Memphis. Are you a professor? What do you teach?
Yeah, so I'm the trombone professor. So I teach students from freshmen all the way to doctoral students and students who want to be performers or future band directors, educators. And so it's fantastic. I get to work with around 20 trombone students each week. And yeah, we have a really beautiful thing going on at the Scheidt School of Music, especially in our brand new Performing Arts Center.
Yeah, that's fantastic. I mean, a great situation all around. Anything else you want to share with our audience? We have thousands of people that watch each and every morning here on the Digital Desk. And not only are they love to celebrate University of Memphis, Memphis Tigers, and a Memphian doing extraordinary things on an international level. Anything else we can talk about, Martin?
Well, I would just say, please go see the movie. I just read last night that the movie is still #1 on the charts, and it's been out for 2 weeks now. So that's amazing, with all the great movies that usually come out during the summer season. So if you haven't seen it yet, definitely check out the movie.
Yeah, and this is a remake of the kids program back in the late '90s. Is it?
The first Lilo and Stitch came out in 2002, and then there was a sequel, and then it became a TV series as well.
Gotcha. Okay, all right. Appreciate you setting me that straight. Well, listen, Dr. Martin McCain joining us on the Digital Desk on the soundtrack for the Disney movie Lilo and Stitch, the remake, Burning Love at the very end. All right, good morning, everyone. Welcome back to the Action News 5 Digital Desk. I am sure you saw this announcement live at the Garden and the concerts coming our way this summer. Let's bring in Olivia Wall. She's Director of Marketing and Communications for Memphis Botanic Garden. Quite a lineup this year, Olivia. Good morning. How are things?
Good morning. We are live from the concert lawn here, so super excited to be talking to you about our wonderful lineup we have for this summer.
Yeah, it looks great. So take me through it. How is it? How do you guys get these concerts, and what goes into creating a lineup like this?
Yeah, absolutely. Our live team works year-round to ensure that every summer we offer epic concerts under the stars at the Radiance Amphitheater. We love what we do, and so we, work together and try to secure a lineup that is great for Memphis and for all of our wonderful concert goers.
Yeah, I see it here. So we got June 21st, Third Eye Blind. We have July 18th, Parker McCullen. August 23rd, Darius Rucker. September 6th, ZZ Top. And then you finish out the season September 19th, Steve Miller Band. Tell me, I know you're looking forward to every single concert, but tell me one of those that really you have your eye on.
I mean, I'm, a little bit more alt in my music choices, so I'm super excited about kicking off the season with Third Eye Blind. They're going to be joined by special guests. Their support act is Joy Bomb, who is a local band here, so we're super excited about that. I'm inviting some local Memphis talent onto the stage as well for that concert. I mean, Parker McCollum, he's wonderful. It's going to be a great show to really hit that mid-July. Darius Rucker, super favorite of Live at the Garden in Memphis. Who doesn't love Darius Rucker? And obviously, you can't go wrong with really, rounding out the season with just like classic rock superstars, ZZ Top and Steve Miller Band.
Yeah, they're fantastic. I've seen both of them. In fact, I saw Steve Miller a number of years ago live at the Garden, and they brought up, I believe, some of the Stax Music Academy artists. It was fantastic. It was a great show, and certainly enjoyed it. And what a great venue the Botanic Garden is to see some of these shows outside. Can you talk about all the different aspects that go into seeing a show there? I mean, you can bring your food, you can bring your drink, all that stuff.
Absolutely. Yeah. So what's wonderful and unique about the Radiance Amphitheater at the Memphis Botanic Garden is we want you to come and enjoy a night out. We want it to be an experience and a memory for you to have forever. So we invite folks to bring their own chairs, bring picnics, bring coolers, set up, find a great spot on the lawn, and enjoy the evening. And there's a great, band and music happening, but it's also a really good opportunity to get with your community and just enjoy a wonderful nature under a tree canopy just alongside Audubon Lake.
So tell me how much tickets are and how people can get a hold of them.
Yeah, absolutely. So right now we still have our season passes online. So that means you get a ticket to every single show. And those are starting at $345. Plus fees, and then individual lawn shows, maybe you have some conflict with dates, starts at $70 for our individual lawn tickets. And those are all available via Ticketmaster.com. And I'd be remiss if I did not say how wonderful, and we could not do it without our wonderful sponsors, including title sponsor Regions Bank, legacy sponsor Duncan Williams Asset Management, and our presenting sponsors AutoZone, FedEx, Gossett Motor Cars, True Green, Mahaffey, ProShow Systems, and the Lilly Company.
Wonderful. Olivia, it looks like a great season to embark upon at Memphis Botanic Garden, live at the Garden. There it is, an amazing lineup this year. Certainly a ton of fun no matter who's playing there at Memphis Botanic Garden. Olivia, thanks so much for joining us on the Digital Desk. We appreciate it. Well, good morning. Welcome back to the Action News 5 Digital Desk. Have you ever been to the World War II Museum in New Orleans? If you haven't, you are missing out on an American treasure. I went there with my family a number of years ago, and I was blown away at how comprehensive, how amazing this museum is. I think it's one of the best in the country. And joining me now to talk more about this museum and what's being offered as we approach the D-Day anniversary, the 81st D-Day anniversary, is retired Army Colonel Peter Crane. He is Vice President of Education and Access at the National World War II Museum in New Orleans. I appreciate you joining us, Peter. Thank you so much for coming on the Digital Desk. So first off, tell me how the World War II Museum began there in Memphis for our audience. I know it started as the National D-Day Museum, but give me just a quick little history lesson, if you will. Good morning.
Sure. Well, thanks for having me, Andrew. I really appreciate the opportunity. Yes, we started out as the D-Day Museum 25 years ago as a single building museum that focused on the battle, D-Day and the battle in Normandy, but wound up growing to the National World War II Museum, to a campus of over 7 acres and 7 different pavilions to tell that big story that you were talking about.
Yeah, it is certainly, it's so comprehensive, and I loved it just from a parental perspective. With my kids who were little at the time, they were just, it was overwhelming. But it was so enjoyable, and I felt like I couldn't see the whole museum in the afternoon that I went there. I mean, I wanted to spend the entire day. I mean, just looking at the aircraft is incredible. So listen, tell me a little bit about the history of why it's in New Orleans and what to expect if people want to go, not only this week, but later this summer.
Well, we're in New Orleans for really a great reason, and that is American industrialist Andrew Jackson Higgins. He made what was called the Higgins boats. If you saw the movie Saving Private Ryan, in that very first scene, you see the guys coming ashore on those small wooden landing craft. Every one of those was made right here in New Orleans. Higgins Industries made more than 20,000 of them during the war. And so that's the main reason why we're here. But we've been telling the story of World War II from the very beginning through individual stories, personal accounts of those who fought the war. And we take an immersive approach. So like you were talking about, you can see the planes, you can see the artifacts and get a feeling for what it was like.
No question about it. So here we are. It has grown so much over the last 25 years. It is still very much a part of any kind of history lesson or visit for visitors down there in New Orleans. What would you want to say to the people of Memphis, the thousands of people we have watching us here on the Digital Desk, about not only this museum, but making sure you carve out some time to go see it if you are traveling to New Orleans, which, by the way, many Memphians do?
Well, absolutely. You're not that far away from us, so we'd love to have you come down. New Orleans is always an inviting place, and of course, we are the #1 attraction here in New Orleans. But for those who can't come down here, you can still enjoy the products that we have. You can come to the national www.the2museum.org, or even just go to neworleans.com to look what we have online. And we always have something going on. We have webinars, we have articles, we live stream all of our events. So there's always something that people can do to connect with us, and we of course would love to have everybody come down, but you can still meet us online.
Is there a place online, you just mentioned online about streaming, is there a place online where people can go and get more information about the museum, its hours, how to get tickets, that sort of thing?
Sure. As our website, actually, there's 2 websites you can go to: our national www.the2museum.org or neworleans.com, and just follow the links on that. And you can plan your visit on our website, and you could also, of course, explore the artifacts we have, our oral histories. We have thousands of them online, so you can actually hear World War II veterans telling the story themselves.
I have to say, one of the things that we enjoyed as a family is watching the planning in that room for D-Day, and we're here. We know how the story ends, but it was still so intense. It was still so, you felt like you were in the planning stages of trying to figure out exactly how the troops are going to go in, the weather, the different information that's going and dropping pamphlets. So incredible, so immersive. Really enjoy it. And retired Army Colonel Peter Crane, thank you so much for joining us on the Digital Desk. We appreciate it.
Thank you for having me.
Good morning. Welcome back to the Action News 5 Digital Desk. It's already pool season, and before you know it, school's going to be out, and the family's going to be either hanging out at the pool or going to the lake or going to the beach, and you want to make sure you have water safety top of mind, just to make sure everything is A-OK throughout the spring and summer months. I'm joined right now by aquatics leader at Lifetime Fitness in Collierville, Lindsay Carter, joining me on the digital desk to talk about maybe some friendly reminders, some tips and tricks to keep everybody safe around the water this season. Lindsay, good morning to you. Tell us maybe some tips, some just friendly reminders out there, first off, of what people can do to make sure everybody is safe. Good morning.
Yeah, good morning. I think that the most important thing is making sure that you always have visual contact on your non-swimmer, and making sure that you are wearing Coast Guard approved life vest. Coast Guard approved life vest are those are the life vests that you don't blow air into. And so, you know, the simple safety around the pool, right? Which would include not running around the pool. You run around the pool, you could slip, fall, and an emergency could happen. So I think just putting that phone down, keeping eye contact. If your child or an adult is a non-swimmer, having someone that is a swimmer within 10 feet of them.
Okay, Lindsay, let me ask you this. You know, when do you recommend people, maybe with younger families, when do you recommend swim lessons? Do you recommend that early on, or a little bit later? What do you think?
Yeah, I think the earlier the child goes through swim lessons, the more confident and succeeding in swim that they can be. We start at Lifetime, we start swim lessons at 3 months, but we also go all the way up to adult age. I don't think that you're too young to do swim lessons, and I do not believe that you're too old for swim lessons. Even if that consists of just learning your life-saving skills in the water, I don't think that there is a age that we should put on swim lessons. So we start at 3 months old, and then we do go all the way up to adult age. The earlier the better, obviously, but there's no age for swim lessons.
Okay, so we're looking at some video here of kids, you know, hanging out on the pool. Before you know it, the school's going to be out. There's going to be a lot of days like this across Memphis and the Mid-South. So what other tips should we recommend for the folks out there just to make sure everybody is safe this year?
Right, absolutely. We do make sure that all the children pass a 25-10 test. What our 25-10 rule is, if the child cannot swim 25 meters, then an adult swimmer needs to be 10 feet. I think that can go for the community families as well. We also making sure that you're taking breaks. We recommend no longer than 2 hours. So every 2 hours, you can take breaks before that 2 hour mark, but we do at least 2 hours. Those breaks need to consist of reapplying sunscreen, hydrating, resting, maybe a light snack, and just getting out of the water so the child can regroup or the adult can regroup from the fun.
Okay, good. And tell me about how many people should be, you know, I guess, lifeguarding or watching the pool during these times when, you know, kids are playing.
Right. So we do have ratios for our summer camp that we offer at Lifetime. We do a 1-to-3 ratio for non-swimmers and a 1-to-6 ratio for swimmers. For lifeguards, it's 2 lifeguards per 25 kids for our outdoor pool. We typically have 7 to 8 lifeguards on duty watching during the summertime. Indoor pool, it is a little bit different. It's 1 guard per 25, but when we do open our outdoor pool, we do have 2 guards per 25 kids. So roughly about 7 to 8 guards on duty during our pool season.
Where do parents often make mistakes from your perspective, where do people kind of get in trouble?
Technology, phones, getting out of the water when your child is still in the water, taking your eyes off the water. I think a lot of times the parents like, yeah, my child can do that. And your child may be able to do that. I think that when there are a ton of children in the pool and everyone's having fun, sometimes the child may look at another child and start doing what they're doing, maybe not knowing that that requires a different skill, that child's a different age. I think that and I'm a mom as well of 3. And so as a parent, your priority needs to always be to be watching your child, and try to stay off the phone, try to stay in the water, and then realize that they may need swim lessons, right? Every child needs a refresher when it comes to swim, because most of the time they take that winter season off. They're not in the pool as much. So just acknowledging that, let's get a refresher. Let me make sure that all the skills are still there. And then realizing that sometimes those skills can fall back to make sure that we're not taking our minds and thoughts off of like, okay, well, maybe they do need more help. Or so I think it's just really paying attention to those signs and cues. And then obviously that phone on the pool, wanting to scroll through social media and we take our eyes off the pool, but where our child is, I think is a huge thing that parents come across.
Put the phone down. Yes, Lindsay Carter.
Yeah.
All right. We appreciate those tips for a safe, happy, and healthy swim season all season long. Lindsay, thank you for joining us on the Digital Desk. We appreciate the knowledge.
Thanks for joining us here on the Action News 5 Digital Desk here on a Wednesday. Temperatures warming up into the upper 80s, lower 90s this afternoon. Heat and humidity will be a mainstay here in the forecast, not just today, but likely through the extended forecast. We'll add in a chance for a couple of spotty downpours from time to time. A few of those could sneak in here this morning, a few more this afternoon. I think our better chances for more widespread rain will likely come in overnight tonight into your day on Thursday, or at least the beginning part of your Thursday. If it's not the heat and humidity combination, of course, the rain chances, but the heat and humidity combination definitely is going to be high on mine. What feels like temperatures approaching 100 degrees by the end of the day. Now, as far as the big picture is concerned, we're still looking at the potential for a few stronger storms moving back into the fold as we head towards the latter portion of the day. Now, most of the day will likely be just hot and humid. But then we get into this evening, and that's when we could see some stronger storms developing. The higher potential for severe weather from St. Louis to Springfield back down towards Little Rock and to our north and west. But we do include a portion of the Mid-South in a risk for a few stronger storms late tonight into the early hours of your day on Thursday. So let's go hour by hour now with our First Alert Futurecast. Starting off with some clouds, mixing in with some sunshine, a few spotty downpours developing with an outflow boundary that's moving from west to east. That may kick off a few showers and storms late this morning, early afternoon hours across parts of the Mid-South. Better chances for rain and storms will begin to bubble up as we head towards the afternoon and evening hours. Of course, some of these storms that are able to flare up near this frontal boundary could become strong to severe. Our main issue being strong wind potential, but we can't rule out a brief spin-up tornado. Now, understand this. Many of you will just see loud storms tonight. That's unsettling when it's 1 or 2 o'clock in the morning. I understand that. But most of you will just see loud storms. some of you could tangle with a few stronger elements, being the strong wind action, the potential for damaging winds in some instances. That's not completely off of the table. So I don't want you to think that all storms are bad, but some of them could be a little bit rougher than others. So just something to keep in the back of your mind. I know this is, again, an overnight risk, and that kind of gets people a little bit more jazzed up. Just be prepared for that potential. Again, overnight tonight, early portions of your Thursday. Severe weather potential would likely fall apart after about 3 or 4 o'clock in the morning. Still got some rain and storms, though, to contend with early on your Thursday. As the frontal boundary works its way down towards the south, we turn towards a mixture of clouds and sunshine. Temperatures warming up into the upper 80s. Near 90 degrees. A couple spotty downpours still possible during the afternoon hours. Banks of fog could be an issue for early Friday morning, but other than that, a mixture of clouds and sunshine. We're right back in the low 90s and a chance for a pop-up downpour or two by the end of the day. Of course, stay up to date with the very latest anytime and everywhere on the Action News 5 First Alert Weather app. You can download it in the Google Play Store and the Apple App Store. We are about to go into some big-time heat, my friends, as we head towards the end of this week and into the upcoming weekend. Big ridge of high pressure developing in northern Mexico starts moving eastward. So you start to see this expanding area of red. That is that ridge that will be developing our troughing axis out to the west. So we get into a much larger blocking pattern that we have here, a very amplified pattern back out to the west. This will at least help to bring some cooler weather and maybe some rain and storm chances back out to the west. Of course, now the opposite of that is going to be the heat and humidity combination here in our neck of the woods. High pressure, sinking air. Sinking air compresses, it warms up. So that means that our temperatures will be on the up and up with a persistent south flow as well off the Gulf. That's going to push the feels like temperatures in the higher category along with the mugginess. That mugginess is going to be up there in the steamy category, especially by the weekend, where feels like temperatures may crest above 105 degrees for several days on end, getting to our point of our first heat advisories potentially of the season coming up through the end of this week and into the beginning of next week. Still wanted to let you know as we head into late this evening, we could have some stronger storms to contend with. Want you to stay weather aware. We'll keep you advised during that time frame. Main time frame between 7 p.m. and 4 a.m. Still lingering shower and storm opportunities early on your Juneteenth Thursday. I think that if anything's going on with festivals and commemorations, things of the sort for Juneteenth and celebrations, I think that we are going to be better in the afternoon with a couple of spotty downpours. The morning, though, a little bit more iffy with temperatures in the upper 80s. Still steamy, though. Low 90s by Friday. The first day of summer, officially full day of summer, will be on Saturday, but summer officially begins 9:41 in the evening on Friday. Still a chance for a pop-up downpour, 10 to 20% chances there, 10% rain chances through the weekend. I mean, if you catch a downpour, consider yourself lucky through the weekend. It's going to be hot and muggy, though. Highs in the mid-90s, lows in the mid-70s. It is a recipe for some sultry, summery steam here. We'll start adding in a few more opportunities for rain as that ridge starts to build a little farther off to the east. More of that flow coming in off the Gulf. 20 to 30% rain chances as we head towards the mid portion of next week and latter portion of the week with a mixture of clouds and sunshine on a daily basis. Your typical summery fare on the way as we head into the beginning of the summer season.
Good morning. Welcome back to the Action News 5 Digital Desk. All right, wrestling fans, I want to hear from you because we have something that's coming up this summer, and I know you're thinking about it. WWE's SummerSlam, and I am going to be joined by this lovely lady who is fierce. She may be little, but she is fierce. It is certainly someone that has had much success in the ring, going all the way back since 2010. She is a veteran now, and she still kicks butt. I am joined right now on the Action News 5 Digital Desk by WWE superstar Zelina Vega, and she is proudly displaying that championship belt on her shoulder there. Zelina, so nice to meet you. Tell me, how's it going? Good morning.
I'm great. How are you? Thank you so much for having me.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. You know, we have a lot of wrestling history here in Memphis. I'm sure you're well aware, and I know that SummerSlam's a big, big deal. So tell me about it. Good morning.
Good morning. Well, I mean, SummerSlam is always known as the biggest party of the summer, but now it's going to be 2 nights. So it's going to be a jam-packed week of WWE, really, especially for the fans. It's going to be amazing from Monday Night Raw to Friday Night SmackDown to August 2nd and 3rd. It's that weekend, all SummerSlam. So it's kind of cool that you guys get to be a part of it with this again, the second, the third, or really just Monday night and Friday night. Or be a part of all of them. But either way, we're going to make sure that we bring it for the fans because we're so excited. Especially, I mean, it's going to be John Cena's final SummerSlam, so it's like you never know what's going to happen. And I think for me, of course, walking in as champ is going to be really fun.
I bet. So tell me, I love seeing this video. You are, you're beautiful, you're tough, you're fierce. You're all these things, and you've been doing this since 2010. Tell me how someone like yourself gets involved and is a part of WWE. How does that happen?
I mean, ultimately, I was starting training when I was 17, so that was back in like 2008. So, but it's something that I've wanted to do since I was 4 years old. I mean, my family were huge wrestling fans. We used to go to Madison Square Garden all the time. I remember my aunt wanted to make a big "Just Bring It" sign, so you had all 10 of us with like different letters, making sure that everybody could see it because we were just so proud to be wrestling fans. And my uncle, well, he's my grandmother's brother, so my great uncle, but he had wrestled also in Puerto Rico. His last match was against Bruno Sammartino, so it runs deep in our family. My cousin, Amazing Red, he started training me from the jump, and it's nice to feel like I get to represent all of them along this journey. And obviously being from Queens, being from New York, this is really close to home, and it feels like a different kind of welcome back in a way. I say welcome back from the fans, and it's something that we always look forward to in SummerSlam. But for me personally, it's a little extra special.
So tell me about what it's like to be on tour. What are the fans like? Are there certain moments during the tour where you're just like, this is amazing, and then there are certain times where you're just like, oh my gosh, am I going to be okay getting out of here?
Yeah, I mean, I think that's the beauty of it. When you step into this world of wrestling, and especially WWE, you get this is the life. This is the life that you're always on the road, But I'm just so lucky. Like I have my husband with me who gets to do it with me along the way, and he obviously he has his own style and his own unique way of doing things, and I get to learn a lot from him. And when it comes to questions about my matches or how to do stuff or just get ideas from, like he's like the perfect person to go to about that, and he helps me in so many different ways. So it's like I get to bring a piece of home with me on the road, and I'm super blessed for that because not everybody gets that, but it's nice to share that with him and also share this moment with him because he made his return the same night that I became a champion, well, a singles champion for the first time in my career. So it's just uniquely special, and I think WWE it makes you feel a part of it in a way, because I've had so many fans tell me that they feel like they were a part of it too, and they felt like they won that night too because they had been supporting me from the jump. And I think it's so cool because I have the most unique and unconditional loving fans. Like they support me unconditionally, and I'm so thankful for them.
That's got to be awesome. I love hearing that. Over the last 15 years, okay, you've been a part of this. What have you learned the most coming out of this?
Oh, there's been so many things that I've learned, but one of the things I think that kind of sticks out, and you kind of see it when I won this title, or even going back to 2 years ago in Backlash at Puerto Rico, it's just being in the moment and surrendering to your feelings in the moment. And I'm not a big crier. I really hate crying, but I remember right before I walked out, Ray told me just let it go. Like just be in the moment. If you want to be happy, be happy. You want to be angry, if you want to cry, just allow yourself to surrender in that moment. You're gonna feel so much better. And I did, and I think that's a really big thing, is just taking a second and just surrendering to the moment, because then you feel like that, that little kid who started this journey however long ago, you feel like them again. You start to channel their energy. So it's nice to feel that, and then feel the energy from the fans, because when you're open like that, you get to feel their energy too, and it makes it that much more I guess just special, and you feel that bond with them right away.
Any final thoughts you want to say to some of the fans that are perhaps listening right now?
Oh my gosh. More so that I love you guys. I think, we all do, all of, everybody in WWE, like we have this amazing relationships with our fans and just everybody who watches the product, because you become super passionate about it. I feel like you can't just watch WWE and say like, oh, I casually watch. It's something that you're either super passionate about or that you're involved in. And I think it's cool to see, especially I think that fans or people who are fans make the best performers, and just to see their journeys along the way is so fun and unique. And, you know, for me, getting to live out this lifelong dream is just such a blessing. And I'm so thankful to everybody. And I think that's all going to come to a head at SummerSlam. And I think it's going to be one of the most incredible pay-per-views ever. And especially because, like I said, it's going to be 2 nights and you never know what's going to happen.
Yeah, SummerSlam, first ever 2-night SummerSlam. It's going to be at MetLife Stadium in New Jersey, Saturday, August 2nd, Sunday, August 3rd. And Selena Vega, congratulations on all your success over the years. Thank you so much for joining us on the Digital Desk. And I look forward to seeing you kick some more butt in the ring. We appreciate it.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate you having me.
Good morning. Welcome back to the Action News 5 Digital Desk. Well, our next guest is someone that's had great success in the music industry. She is an American folk singer, songwriter. She is someone who is very accomplished. In fact, her songs have been covered by various people you are very familiar with. Tim McGraw, Blake Shelton, Jimmy Buffett, just to name a few there. She's also a Grammy-nominated musician here for her 2018 album Rifles and Rosary Beads, co-written by U.S. veterans and their families. I'm happy to be joined on the Action News 5 Digital Desk by Mary Gauthier joining us. And I understand, Mary, you're going to be coming to Memphis later this month. Good morning.
Yes, hi, good morning. Yes, indeed. I'm looking at the June 28th date as an opportunity to be back in Memphis, and thanks for having me on today.
Yeah, no, it's good to meet you and get to know you a little bit about you and your accomplishments. You know, being a folk singer and a songwriter, you have to have inspiration, I would think, and at least to be a successful one. You certainly are that. Where does that inspiration come from, Mary?
Oh gosh, I wish I could answer that. You know, I think artists pull from life, and what we do in folk music is try to create stories that make people have an emotional response because they relate to it. You know, in another day and time, I would have been considered a country songwriter in the 70s, but today I'm more aligned with the folk category of music genre. But I'm a story-based songwriter, and the famous successful artists that record my songs resonate with the stories that I tell in my songs.
That's fantastic. Tell me about the biggest joys about going to various venues across the country and performing. What are some of the joys, and what are some of the things that you still hope to accomplish? Because you've already accomplished a lot.
Yeah, you know, I play all over the world. We are citizens of the world at this point. We travel 150, 160 shows a year. We travel constantly. I got home at 2 a.m. last night. I meet people everywhere, and that's super interesting to have connections with people in cities all over the world, and to see them when I get to town and share a meal or sit in the green room or meet new folks at the merchandise table at the end of the show. That's a joyful thing to get connected with people in different cities all over the place. And, you know, as far as what my goals are at this point, I just want to keep writing songs that people care about, songs that people say matter to them.
You know, for songs covered by well-known acts out there, I mean, Tim McGraw, Blake Shelton, Jimmy Buffett, just to name a few. There was a number of other people on that list, but certainly our audience will know them. Why do you think your songs resonate with such a large audience, especially those that are, you know, artists out there that are so accomplished?
Well, I think it's because they emotionally connect with an audience. I think people can get inside the song and see themselves, and they relate to it. And you know, the artists at that level that are playing huge arenas, selling millions and millions of records, hundreds of millions of streams on the platforms, they want to connect with their audience and they're always looking for songs that go into people's hearts and stay there. And I think that's my strength, is that's the kind of writer that I am. I'm not a hit songwriter. I'm a songwriter that writes songs that tells the human story, the story of what it is to be alive today, and what it feels like, and the struggles and the victories, and the experience of love and losing love. And I'm strong in the story department, and I keep saying that because that's really what I do. I'm a storyteller through song.
You know, there's so much music and music history here in Memphis. Have you been here before? What's it like playing here?
Many, many times. I've played Memphis probably 8 or 9 times at this point. I've hit all the music sites multiple times. Memphis is a city rich in music history and rich in history, and it's just a incredible place to do what I do and to bring it to the people at the ground level. That's where I work.
So you have a concert coming up later this month, June 28th, at the Memphis Alano Club. Tell me who inspires you when it comes to music and when it comes to being a singer-songwriter, and what can concert goers or fans expect when you perform later this month?
I get my inspiration from so many different sources, books and films and other songwriters, having conversations with people. What I am is a troubadour, and a troubadour is a simple thing. We go town to town to town and tell stories and connect with people. It's not a big, huge arena type show. It's kind of the opposite. It's sitting around in a room where people are quiet and listening to the song stories. It's a bottle of water, a spotlight, and a bar stool, a guitar, and a person who has stories to tell. That's what I do, and that's what I will do in Memphis at the Alano Club.
It sounds like a very intimate setting, certainly,
Yes.
with your concerts. Anything else you'd like to share with our audience? We have thousands of people who watch us each and every morning here on the Digital Desk, Mary.
Yes. Well, you know, storytelling is still alive. It's a beautiful and connective art form. I hope some of the listeners would come join us and experience that in person. Most people go to the big, huge shows where there's thousands and thousands of people. And what I'm doing is different than that. It's almost like I'm